Good morning, everyone. We'll call the regular meeting of City Council with the Committee of the Whole meeting for Monday, January 25th to order. Obviously, for those watching today, the new setup of our council chambers and our configuration is a change from which was in place for many years. I don't know how long, but so we have some new systems and new setup, and we hope that this adds to the ability for those who are watching to be able to engage much better with sound and the video that will enhance for these. So with that, our first order of business this morning is our delegations, and our 2.1 Michael Fritsch, Dawson Creek firefighters will be receiving his Fire Services Exemplary Service Medal. And with COVID and with our protocols, we're not able to have Michael come in this morning, but we will make the presentation this week, and we'll ensure that we get that presentation online and appropriately recognized for Michael as one of our firefighters, as would be appropriate. Our next item this morning is a proclamation for Heritage Week, and it's my pleasure then this morning to read it on behalf of the Peace Country Roots Group. I'm going to try and stand and I'll make sure that the mic hopefully catches it. Whereas Heritage Week is celebrated in communities throughout BC every year, commencing on National Heritage Day, the third Monday in February. And whereas in recognition of historic houses and neighborhoods, the theme of this year's Heritage Week celebration is heritage is our legacy from the past, what we live with today, and we pass on to future generations. Our cultural and natural heritage are irreplaceable sources of life and inspiration. Our touchstone, our reference point, our identity. And whereas neighborhoods and districts from earlier eras promoted a layered sense of community history and contribute to visual appeal and variety, which enhances community attractiveness and livability. And whereas communities throughout BC mark Heritage Week to celebrate their unique heritage, history and heritage, now therefore I do hereby proclaim the week of February 15th to 21st, 2021 as Heritage Week in Dawson Creek. So we'll make sure to get the proclamation onto the Peace Country Roots Group, and obviously the work that they've done over the years as a group of volunteers promoting the heritage and preserving the heritage of our community has been so important. So we thank them for that and thank them for the work that they've done on behalf of our community. So our next item of business, new councillor business, 3.1, we have Councillor Dober regarding community committees.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good to go, Darcy.
Okay. I just wanted to, just something, since I started on council, I was just kind of always had in my mind, and just been talking to a few people, and I just had an idea, so I wanted to just run it by council and mayor, and if there's any interest in it, then I can do a little bit more on it and bring something to the next council meeting. But where it kind of started at is, I love Dawson Creek and our community, and I think it's an amazing place. And I feel like over the years, the passion and care and community pride hasn't been the same. So I just started thinking about ways to get, a little bit more engagement in the community and have people care. And, for me, a big part of having people care is to make them part of it. So I just had an idea to have break out some community groups where we make, the citizens of Dawson and, some council could sit on it, part of the decisions on what we do in some areas to just, take more pride in the community and, and just get behind it. So some of the ideas I had for committees would be like beautification, like a downtown association where the business owners of downtown would be part of that association, and they could help decide the direction of, how the downtown looks. Like a Parks and Rec community with, ski hill, hockey, golf, the parks, the dog parks, a nonprofit one, a tourism one. And I just think of like, I go back to the beautification one. I understand we have budgets to meet and everything. And I understand the business side of it a lot. But I look at like the beautification, we take, the flower budget and we cut it down a bit, which I understand because we got to make some room. But my thoughts are, let's make it better. Like, let's make a committee, and instead of just having flowers downtown, let's have them on 8th Street in Alaska when people drive in, and just give that like wow factor to people when they enter Dawson, that it's a beautiful, clean city and, very inviting. So, I get the cost part of that, but that's where, like, if we had committees and group, people from our community involved in the beautification, for example, that they can do, fundraising, and people could sponsor flowers, which would save them, the city, money and time. So that's kind of where I was at. I mean, the biggest thing for me is that, in order to change anything or get people involved, it's about getting more people involved in the community and having people take pride and passion. And in business, sometimes it's not always about money. It's about doing the right things, and you'll get the better result. So that's kind of what I had. Like, I have obviously more on it. I just really wanted to run it by everybody. And I mean, people are more than, I'm more than willing to talk. And if somebody wants to reach out to me to hear more of my ideas, I just wanted to know if there's interest from the council and the mayor. Then I can, put something a little bit more formal together for the next meeting and maybe talk a little bit more on it.
Thank you, Darcy. Council.
Thank your worship, and good morning, Councilor Dober. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, good. I'm certainly happy to hear any ideas you may have, and I don't disagree. At times, it can feel as though there is a deficit of civic engagement on some issues, and I know there used to be a downtown business council, and I don't know what exactly occurred there. I mean, my one concern is there's always the challenge I always find, and I do work with a lot of nonprofits, both in my previous career and in my current one, is in a small town and small organizations, manpower, staffing, or just resourcing in general is someone has a great idea and it's going well and they get it up off the ground, and then they move or they move on to a different job, and the next person in there, because it's a staff of one or two, is they take it in a different direction, or maybe that's not where their strength or skill sets lie, and it kind of falls off. And that's always been the challenge I've found. And as you said, it may be an instance of more hands to help carry the load will result in a better outcome, and I'm certainly happy to hear it. With beautification, I know we do have some challenges there around, because it was done by a nonprofit, and then the city took it on itself. So I'm not sure how much of it. I think the fundraising piece should be easy enough as far as materials, but yeah, I just wanted to register that I am happy to help if you've got some ideas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? So, don't have a motion that we refer this back to mayor's business under delegation request or councilor business, and give council's direction on it. So, Darcy, you're going to make that by way of a motion that you want to bring back and report to council?
Yes, I can make that as a motion, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second? Councilor Wilbur, second. Go ahead, Councilor Barzil.
Yes, I appreciate the sentiment behind this. So we've had a lot of these, as has been stated, like the beautification committee. We had an airport committee. We've had lots, and they've come and gone, right? I think it might be good to put a lens on what led to the demise, right? What would make for success. An alternative is if there are issues that the council wishes to get public input upon, you can form a committee that has a specific task, if you like, and but it should be term specific. I believe one of the dangers in some communities has been that you have a proliferation of committees, and they seem to go on and on, but then they lose their purpose. So having a very clear purpose for the committee is important. And I think there may be some people who can inform this discussion from their past work. I know some mayors, not yourself, but prior to you, there were these committees and they weren't functioning and nobody was showing up, and they got whatever we do to be successful, and I would like us to be informed from past experience. So I'm suggesting that, yes, I support the motion, but let's see what lessons are to be learned from history.
Thank you. And I completely agree. I think, to me, the passion of people, volunteers, is what will push a lot of initiatives forward. And I think of the Dog Park Society as one example of that. It's that group of organized individuals who are volunteering and have the passion for the purpose that are the ones that are moving it forward. So I think it's a really good idea for us to explore and pursue and find a way to engage that passion of purpose in our community of residents who want to, and business community who want to try to make the community a better place that we all strive to do. So, any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Darcy.
You're welcome.
Our next item, 3.2, we have Councillor Parslow regarding Northern Development Initiative Trust.
Okay,
You need your mic.
If I just sneak another item in here.
Sure.
I have started going back to the swimming pool to ease my aging body, and I just I look around, and I must say that swimming pool staff are doing an incredible job. I think it's well organized in these COVID days, but I'm more impressed by the way in which they're discharging their duties. I would expect them to be well organized, but they are really well organized, but they're doing it in such a professional way. They've even had to correct me on a couple of things and done it in but I've seen them do it. I just take my hats off to the staff, because there have been times in my history here in Dawson Creek when let's say the culture wasn't necessarily welcoming and friendly, but it's that in spades, and I'm really delighted. And talking to people, they're just so pleased that they do have this opportunity to use the swimming pool in COVID times. NDIT, Mayor used the word passion. Well, I have a passion here. The NDIT, the Regional Advisory Committee, we had a meeting on last Friday, by Zoom. And again, I learned that this region leaves over $1 million on the table. In other words, there's grant money available, and it's not being used. There were a number of awards made, grants recommended for approval by the advisory committee. In addition to the $20,000 business facade program, which is later on in the agenda, the Lone Wolf Golf Club renovation, Taylor, that organization received a recommendation that $46,000 plus grant be given to that. The Chetwynd Dog Park, I talked to the mayor about this, and the mayor's already acting, I believe, on this, received a grant of $30,000. The Taylor Community Orchard and Garden, a grant of $28,000. The Networks Ministry in Dawson Creek here got a $30,000 grant for gymnasium and foyer upgrade. There were two major awards given that I can't disclose at this time because they have to go to the board of directors for the NDIT, but the community of Greater Fort St. John, a $300,000 award for a project up there Fort Nelson, $300,000 for a project up there. My aspiration is that we will have major awards here in Dawson Creek and area in the tune of $300,000 or more, because I believe we have needs. And I think I've talked to our CAO about this, and he's on top of it. But I just want for councillors to be be aware of the new grants, and through this medium, maybe the community. We used to have a grant for called community halls and recreation facilities. That has been used. I know Councillor Javetkov at Bear Mountain used that, I believe, but that's changed now. It's called community places, and the grant is $30,000 maximum, or 70% of the project cost. And this is where the dog parks. This is where the dog park funds came from. So our dog park could have that once they have a permanent site, I guess. And community gardens, public washrooms, clubhouse buildings and improvements, community halls or event spaces, or free of charge outdoor recreation facilities. Another one is recreation infrastructure, to a maximum of $300,000 or 50% of the project. Arenas, gymnasiums, fitness facilities, sports fields, ski facilities, campgrounds, trails, all that would be eligible for funding. Cultural infrastructure, a maximum of $300,000. Museums, art galleries. I've already spoken to the art gallery about that. Art galleries and studios, performing arts centers, interpretive centers. Economic infrastructures, similarly, up to $300,000. Airports, greenhouses, information and communications technology infrastructure, energy diversification, commercial building upgrades, industrial park development. And one here that caught my eye, and again, I've talked to the mayor about this and the CAO, Main Street revitalization, streetscape improvements for your downtown part of the community, lighting improvements, gateway and wayfinding signage, pedestrian and cycle enhancements, street furniture, construction of covered walkways. And that grant area, we could, over the lifetime, we have a lifetime maximum as a community of $500,000. So my point here is that there's lots of opportunity, and if councillors, maybe if every council member, I'm speaking to staff here, could have a copy of these new grants and be part of advocating, and also when we're doing our budget, as an example, if for instance we had a project that we felt needed to be done, well, when we do our budget, we should build in, I think, as a revenue source, a successful application, because it's there. I know what other communities are getting. I think we should make that as part of our budget process and encourage, like the exhibition park, some of the buildings, renovations or new additions, there could be funded to 70% through this grant, right? There are many things I think that we're doing that we need to develop. Or the mayor brought an issue of lighting in our community. I think it's a downtown area. We could get a good amount of money to support that project. So please talk NDIT up, and if you have a copy of this new material, you'll be on top of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Yeah, that's really positive, I think, and certainly we need to, I think, maximize any opportunities that exist in there. Blair?
Thank you, and through your worship, I think the NDIT has, as Councillor Parslow has stated, enormous opportunity. And the city has taken advantage of it. The region has, probably not to the degree that's possible, as was pointed out. The key for yourself and council, your worship, is that going after a grant and getting a grant if we don't have our funds available to meet our amount means nothing. So, as Councillor Parslow said, it would have to be part of the city's budget process, whether that be that we're going to allocate, for the sake of a number, $200,000 a year into a grant application fund, and as we go after grants, we match our portion through that. But right now, if we were to go after a grant and hadn't budgeted our portion, I think the city would be taking a step back financially. So it's never a bad idea to try and leverage funds, but I will put out there for council that it's very important that if we take this route, that we have a discussion. I know we have a budget discussion later on today, but if we're going to pursue that through this year, I think we're going to have to find some funds to dedicate for our matching portion of that.
Good point. Thank you, Blair. Anything further, Councillor Parslow? No, thank you. 3.3, we have Councillor Kemp regarding Parks and Recreation programs.
Good morning. Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to, I've had a few inquiries in regards to Parks and Rec. They've been advertising free Parks and Rec programs, and I've had people reach out just given the current situation. I'm just wondering what the cost recovery on these programs that are being offered as free. Is it done through grants? So maybe through you to staff? I mean, just inquiring our ability to offer these free programs.
Thank you. Blair, Ross? Sorry, Ross, can you just do that one more time? There you go.
Good morning, and thank you, through your worship, Councillor. I would need to see the programs in question. We do take advantage of a number of funding opportunities through the BC Recreation and Parks Association. We do budget for a number of programs in the community on a regular basis, but happy to provide you some more information if you want to submit the details.
Perfect. Is it possible, maybe, I don't know, maybe later Mayor's Business requesting maybe a possible report showing the different programs? The one in question recently was free to seniors. I saw the advertisement for that they were inquiring about.
So I absolutely, absolutely. I think if you want to bring that as a motion forward to say, look, we'd like to have a report on some of the programs that are offered, and maybe if you can put identify some of the ones that you've seen, and we'll bring it back under Mayor's Business and direct administration to bring a report back. So you make that by way of a motion, Councillor Kemp?
Yeah.
Second? Councillor Wilbur, thank you. Discussion? Oh, sorry, Amy. Push it one more time. There you go. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, but do you want me to make the motion then, or?
Oh, so we've got the motion that we'll bring it back under Mayor's Business, that we'll direct administration to bring a report back on some of the Parks and Rec programs, and maybe in the motion, or when we bring it back, that we can provide administration with some of the specifics that you would like to have reports brought back on. Otherwise, we're going to get a report on all of them, right? So.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Anything further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Amy. Councillor Wilbur.
Thank you. It's like being in the Starship Enterprise.
We'll get used to it.
I'm watching the controls over here. Really, I just wanted to do a little bit of an update on the Bolter's House project. So through funding from the regional district that City of Dawson Creek was able to get for medical staff retention. The board met on Thursday, so we don't have a concrete plan, but we have allocated funds to look at retention of doctors or maybe nurses to help the area in our community. Further, I want to put out a huge thank you to the George Dawson Inn. We have 3 expectant mothers coming from Fort Nelson who will be spending a month in our community before delivery. And so through our partnership with GDI, we've been able to accommodate those families. So we're not open just yet, but through partnerships, we're still be able to accommodate families. We've had some seniors from Tumbler Ridge come in for medical appointments. We're also able to stay at the GDI. So thank you for the support to the city of Dawson Creek, and we will work with Northern Health, with Mayor Bumstead on the best allocation of those funds moving forward for medical staff retention. And I just want to say thank you we're back up to a full board, so thank you to Suzanne Bull for coming from the Lakeview Credit Union, Taryn Garbett, and Shane, I'm sorry, I cannot for the life of me remember your last name, but thank you to those people in the community for coming on board and putting us back at full capacity to move this project forward. And for those of you that, I've heard a few rumors out there that we have all our funding. We do not. We need about $450,000 to complete the project. And part of that is the expense of the mechanical, because every room has its own air. So we understand people are coming in for medical needs, and so we don't want them sharing their air. And that's the big portion of our project to ensure that that doesn't happen. The board has met with the general contractor, so a thank you to Carl and his team at Celtic Construction. They've been fabulous to work with, and we've got a plan moving forward. So I just wanted to give that little bit of an update, as well as through Northeast Regional Community Foundation. We did receive our $10,000 from City of Dawson Creek and our $5,000 from the Village of Pooskoopie. So thank you to the board of directors at Aubert that were the conduit for that funding. It took us a year, but we got it. It's in the bank, and we're going to put it to good use. So thank you.
Thank you, Shaylee. Great job. Appreciate it. Councillor Parslow.
Thank you. Councillor Wilbur, have you looked at this economic infrastructure? I think you might qualify. It's about building stronger communities. 300,000 maximum. You cannot claim previous expenses, but if there's a project, you marry this with other fundraising, you may hit your 450. Okay?
All right. I will. I'm on. Red is on. To that note, Councillor Parslow, I would ask as your representative that you go back to NDIT and let the board know that even though we're called the South Peace Health Services Society, our project is not providing health services. So we have applied to NDIT in the past. We were rejected because they felt we were supplying health services. So maybe you can carry the message back that the Bull Trace Community House is a project, and really, we're the fanciest but cheapest accommodations in Dawson Creek.
Thank you, Shaylee. Anything further? Councillor Wilbur?
No.
No? Any other councillor business? Thank you. So we'll move to minutes. Minutes of our public consultation meeting of December 14th for adoption. Move. Councillor Earl, second. Councillor Kemp, all in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. And the minutes of our regular meeting of council for December 14th, 2020 for adoption. Move. Councillor Kemp, second. Councillor Wilbur, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Is there any business arising out of any of the minutes for anybody? Thank you. So now on to correspondence. Item 6.1, we have a letter from Curtis York Trucking, request for extension of the water rate. Councillor Javetkov.
I gotta read the instructions here again.
You're good. You're live.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the request from Curtis York Trucking to extend the current rate to the end of 2021.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Parslow, discussion. You go ahead.
Am I still on?
Yep.
So things haven't changed. The economy is still struggling. I keep saying that there is light at the end of the tunnel here. LNG is, underway. The only problem with LNG is it's slow. We're not going to see much benefit from LNG until, probably 2 years before it actually will be delivering the product. So another year of grace, I think, is pretty important for our industry to survive here. So it has a big impact, especially on the local employment.
Thank you. Any other comments? Council, Brenda? Oh, Councillor Dober? Go ahead.
I got to remember to unmute every time. After I read this, I did talk to a few people in the industry too, and I think it's a good thing to honor this. And like I spoke with Curtis on Friday, and this isn't the only means that he's trying to do to keep his business in survival. He's, looking at every single area, and they have their own facility at their business too for water. So there's not any cost to the city really besides the water. So I would be in favor of this as well.
Thank you, Councillor Dober. Councillor Wilbur?
Thank you. Councillor Javetkov kind of mentioned the point that I wanted to make is that local businesses are struggling and the industry is slow, but the ripple effect is that Mr. York employs a lot of people, and that is bread and butter on tables of families in our community. So if by doing this and making this extension, we can help out this business, then we know that we're also helping the families that work for Mr. York, and we're helping keep food on tables for families in our community. I know firsthand businesses are struggling. I mean, kudos on those that have kept their doors open, have reopened their doors. It is not easy. So I'm completely in favor with the extension, and knock on wood, this light at the end of the tunnel hits us soon, because I know families and the communities are struggling.
Thank you. And I'm absolutely in favor of supporting this. I know that when we see the effects of price of natural gas right now, it's starting to increase. I'm hearing from the industry guys that I've spoke to that they're all starting to we're starting to bring the rigs are coming back into the region. So that's a very positive sign for us for 2021, and certainly we hope that that translates into helping all of our local business folks. So thank you for that. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 6.2, we have a letter invoice from the Dawson Creek and District Chamber of Commerce for the 2021 annual membership fee. Councillor Wilbur.
I would move that we continue our membership with the Chamber of Commerce and pay this invoice for $787.50.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Kemp. Discussion? Ready for the question? Sorry, go ahead. Councillor Parslow.
So this is an annual fee. We've paid this for how many years? Approximately since time immemorial?
I don't know if administration would have any, but it's been a long time. Blair, go ahead. Sorry, Blair.
Your Worship, we would have to check. I do not know how long-standing this would be. I'm not aware of a time when the city was not a member of the Chamber of Commerce, so I would think it would be a considerable length. We could go back if that information is required.
No, it's not. Just a curious question.
All right.
So how is the city involved with the chamber?
Honestly, I would think that it's primarily either through the councillors who have particular, perhaps, interaction with chamber on initiatives or topics that they're dealing with. And certainly I deal with the chamber president and the executive director on a pretty regular basis in terms of aspects that are impacting either the business community or the community. So, but there isn't a specific councillor appointed to the board of the Chamber of Commerce. So. Go ahead. You're still.
I'm still not speaking.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah. No, I know that you. I know that you do meets, but you would do that whether we belong to the chamber or not, because that would be a role of the mayor. I'm wondering if there's not a. You mentioned about we don't sit as a member, right? Or we don't have a designated liaison person to the chamber. So my question is there a way that we become more actively involved in their deliberations.
I'm not sure what their constitution or bylaws would allow for in terms of having a dedicated seat by council on their board, but that would be, I would think, under their constitution and bylaws. Or in the past, I know that we've had councillors directly working with the chamber. Brenda? So I'm just going to ask, go ahead.
Yeah, through your worship. There was a councillor appointed to the chamber in the past. The agreement between the chamber and the city was canceled a couple of years ago, and it's just up to us to reach out to them. I believe they are of the same mindset that it would be good for council to take part in their board.
Thank you. So I have Councillor Dober. Go ahead, Councillor Dober.
Again, first of all, I was involved with the Chamber of Commerce as a board member and a director for 10 years, so I'm very supportive of the organization and what they do for the businesses. What my thing is I'm a little unclear why the city would be a member of the Chamber of Commerce, because we're not technically in business. So what are they, besides, and we already support them through, funding that we give them, but what do we get in return to being a member of the Chamber of Commerce? Like, we kind of are, we're not, like a business they're fighting for, or, putting things in. So I'm just wondering, I guess why we would do it, or I don't understand that part of it. So I just wanted some clarification.
I think it's always been the process that council has supported them on behalf of the city as an organization that's out there representing the business community. And I think it was from that perspective that it was in the history of the city that they be a member of the Chamber of Commerce, seen to be supporting the development of that business community in our city.
But don't we already support them through the funding we give to them? Like, what, as a business member or a business person in town, I, contribute to the Chamber of Commerce membership. So I, in return, get some benefits that they offer. Plus they also look after what's, the best interest of the business. So by us being a member, what benefit does that give to the city? Or is it just because, they're part of the city, so we're just doing the right thing, or trying to show that we support them? Or I'm just
and we don't give them anything other than this and funding for the membership to the chamber. This is the only money that flows from the city to the chamber.
Isn't it in the annual budget that we give them a portion, the Chamber of Commerce, annually?
We used to pay rent for we didn't, through the tourism, for the Alaska Highway House.
So the tourism, because I know last year there was some talk about the funding being cut back a bit to the Chamber of Commerce, or was that just to the tourism part of it?
Yeah, that was strictly through tourism. Blair?
Through you, your worship, yes, the only funding today that goes from the city to the chamber would be in the membership dues that we're talking about today. Previously, if it was the funding that was received for the rent was through tourism, which was contracted to Global Spectrum, so that was not from the city.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship, and just to reiterate, as someone who was also involved with the Chamber as a volunteer director and president for 6 years, I think the notion that the city is a member would be as the Chamber as a local advocate for business interests and to be seen supporting that. I know in a previous councillor, former councillor McFadden was the city liaison, and he would basically, he'd come at the beginning of the meeting, so if any board members had questions that he could take back to the city on their behalf, he would do that. He wasn't involved in any voting, and I know through the chamber it was always important to maintain some independence from the city. So in the event that they ended up on the opposite side of an issue insofar as business interests were concerned, or as they felt, they had the latitude to advocate for their members first and foremost. But from what I understand, the membership, I mean, other than occasionally we as councillor, the mayor, are asked to come and address chamber membership and bring them up to speed on what's going on. I think it was the membership fee is kind of not a token gesture, but to show our support for local business through them as an advocate. And yeah, I know once Councillor McFadden stepped away from the liaison role, if I recall, the feeling on the board was that you yourself, Your Worship, were engaged enough that they could probably do without the liaison, but if they are looking to revamp that, that's another conversation. But yeah, no, I'm in support of paying the invoice. It's always good to have a strong advocate for local business.
Thank you. Councillor Wilbur?
Yeah, I think it's just our way of saying, we support the local business, but also Love Dawson Creek does work with the chamber on shop local promotions. So we've done that over the last year, just with everything that's going on and trying to help businesses open up and get people to shop local. So we also have that connection, though Love Dawson Creek can only take on membership from not local small business, not franchise business. So that's where the connection with the chamber helps, is that they cover everyone, where Love Dawson Creek's an NDIT program that is specific to who can be members. But we do work together on promoting shopping local, and I know they have their campaign and we have ours, but they seem to run side by side, and it's been working very well.
Thank you. Further discussion? Councillor Parslow?
Yes, my reflections on this are that Councillor Dober talked about community committees and so on, and I'm just wondering if in his reflections that he's going to be giving to council at a future meeting, he can see, is there a linkage here that we should have that's more formal? Is this part of the community committee that he's thinking of that we should have maybe more formal relationship with? I'm not asking for any answers now. I'm just offering that as a reflection, right?
Yeah, and as I say, I have no idea what their bylaw and constitution speaks to in terms of how they allow a dedicated member on their board or not. So anyway, it's worth having that conversation, I'm sure, with perhaps Darcy in terms of the downtown businesses and things like that. So further discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 6.3, we have letters from residents of Dawson Creek, Ms. Eileen Paulson and Ms. Noreen Harper, in regards to the new fee for a printed utility bill. Councillor Javetkov. Oh, sorry. If you can just push your mic one more time. Go ahead.
I'd like to receive this for information.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Parslow? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 6.4, we have a letter from Benjamin Dean and Sabrina Bergeron, local residents, regarding a residential water bill. Councillor Parslow, let me just do this. I'm going to... Councillor Javetkov.
I'd like to receive this for discussion.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Kemp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Go ahead, Councillor Javetkov.
So this has happened more than once here, and I've talked to Kevin a bit about it, and I understand how it happens, and it's usually mechanical issues, with the house owner. But I'm just wondering, we've got the system that we have there for reading meters through wireless. It seems to me it's similar to the system that BC Hydro uses with their meter reading now. And with BC Hydro, I can flash up on their website my usage for hydro pretty well any time. And I'm just wondering if we should be maybe trying to move forward with something like that for the water meters. I know it would involve some receivers around town so that you could, read the meters ongoing. But to me, this here is a really classic example. You've got a water usage of less than a cubic meter per day, and all of a sudden it spikes up ninefold for 2 months. Which a huge consequence to the cost to the house owner, and unbeknownst to them, I mean, it was happening without their knowledge. But if we had a system where the meters were read ongoing, as opposed to this, which is read once a month or once every 2 months, you could somehow track this or get an alarm system where, you know, when the water usage spiked up that much, that you'd get an alarm, the city would get an alarm, and you could, you know, contact the landowner. I mean, it's for their benefit to reduce the cost, but it's also for water conservation, and, you know, I just think it's the right thing to do from, for the benefit of the taxpayers. It could be anyone. It could be, you know, my house. I've got a water softener, and all of a sudden the thing starts flushing through at that kind of a rate. You know, it's unfortunate, but it would be nice to be able to, you know, have an alarm system.
Kevin, can you?
Yeah, so through your worship, Councillor Javetkov hit pretty much all the major points. So our new meters that are going in obviously have the wireless technology, but that's kind of that first phase. We don't have the ability to read instantaneously. So as Councillor pointed out, unfortunately, if we read it today and then tomorrow a leak begins, we may not catch that until our next read. So it's definitely something that we can look towards. It would require obviously some additional infrastructure and capital costs moving that way, but it exactly seems to make sense for where we want to go into the future.
Thank you, Kevin. Councillor Parslow. Oh, sorry, can you just push your mic again?
So they're asking that for further investigation. I cannot conceptualize what further the city can do because the meterage is being measured, it's being checked, and it's on their property, and therefore the only resolution I can see is for them to have another check of the systems. I mean, I'm recalling an incident that happened a number of years ago that came to council. Somebody had been away from their home for a while and their toilet had been running for that period of time, and it caused a tremendous increase in their cost of water, obviously. But I don't know what else the city could do when to meet this request for further investigation.
Yeah, so through your worship, you're correct. When this first came into utilities, we did go out and check the meter and reread it, and all indications are that that's an accurate account. What we were also told through the utilities department is that when the individual received the bill, and it was quite high, that the usage stopped shortly thereafter. So, it certainly seems that they obviously went and investigated their own system and must have found something that was leaking and causing the usage. So, unfortunate, yes. I'm not too sure what more we can do operationally from our side. The other one that you spoke about a few years ago, my understanding was that through utilities, that they may have worked with their insurer, home insurance, to help cover some of those expenses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Further discussion? Sorry, I don't even have further discussion. Go ahead.
So, yeah, I don't think we have many options as far as dealing with this particular issue. I'm looking at the future, so I'd like to make a motion that we investigate the cost and the possibility of developing a receiver structure through town that would track the water usage basically an ongoing basis. So to try and detect any of these kind of anomalies.
So do I have a seconder? Councillor Parslow, discussion? To administration, so I guess first, is that feasible for us to develop, Kevin?
Yes, through your worship, absolutely. We can look at that next logical phase of the wireless meters and what that would take and what kind of infrastructure would be required and costs looking forward.
Awesome. Thank you, Kevin. Further discussion? Councillor Parslow, go ahead.
I promise not to say this again at any meeting, but again, as I read the Northern NDIT stuff, this would be eligible for a grant, in my judgment.
And so certainly we'll ask administration to bring that report back to council and give the overview of what the technology, what the system, and how it would address the issue of that's been faced by a few residents, and then the costs, and how would it be funded, and would council be prepared to move it forward? So, thank you. Any further discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We still have the request, or and as I read their letter from Benjamin and Sabrina Bergeron, and we've only directed that we're going to review future technology to perhaps address, but we haven't addressed their concern. Blair, go ahead.
Your worship, yes, and you've noted something, and I'm glad you raised it. The last sentence of their letter clearly states that they're prepared to pay an amount that is high, but they're not willing to pay what the bill is. So as it stands presently, we will look into options for future on the broader context, but at this point our response to these individuals would be it is your bill, it's money owed, and it's your responsibility unless there's a different motion put forward to administration.
Right, and I, just for clarification, under the water utility, we don't have the ability to say, my understanding that you don't have to pay it, that
I believe if council waived it, they would have that authority legally, but I would look to either Kevin or our CFO, but that is a decision of council. I don't think it is a decision that has been made in the past, though.
Yeah. Councillor Javetkov, go ahead.
Yeah, the issue that we had in the past, the biggest one, the bill was over $3,000, I believe, and I think we set standard then that, the landowner has to pay the bill.
Right.
So to change that now, I'm not in support of that. I think we have to be consistent.
Thank you. So I'm looking for a motion then that we direct administration to respond to the letter, and council.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Parslow. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you.
And your worship, for clarification, if I could, that is to have the residents pay the bill.
That's right.
Is the motion.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. 6.5, we have a letter from Steve Dowling, Operations Manager for the South Peace Region, Ministry of Transportation, regarding that issue of an extended yellow light at 17th Street. Councillor Parslow.
Move that we receive this for information.
Thank you. Second. Councillor Javetkov. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 6.6, we have a letter from Terry O'Dwyer from TBO Advertising regarding the invoicing for arena advertising boards. Perhaps if we can receive for discussion on this so that we can have administration. Councillor Wilbur, second Councillor Earl. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Blair, go ahead. Councillor Parslow, you had a question?
No.
Blair, can you give us a bit of an overview for council just to review the agreement we have with Terry in terms of the arena advertising contract and agreement he has, and the revenue that council gets from, or city gets from this?
All right, thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Mr. O'Dwyer came in at the beginning of COVID last year when there was no more games being played in our facilities, no people in there to see the advertising, and at that time, council waived the ability for him to send out invoices, collect the money for the advertisers. It is about $18,000 per year, bear with me. The Memorial Arena in 2019 was $19,000. The Kin Arena was $3,500. So it's a substantial amount of money. What he has requested again this year is until there is formal play and people allowed in the facilities, that he not send out the invoices and again look for an extension. I would anticipate, I guess we're all going to crystal ball gaze a bit, but we'll be very fortunate to see people in there in the fall, I would think. This year. So it would seem to, if council is agreeing, as they have previously, that this extension would be granted.
Thank you. Have we built it into the budget? The 22,000 in revenue? The 2021 budget?
Just give us one minute,
Sure.
Your Worship. I will let you know that in 2020, after the decision was made, the first quarter, there was $5,600 come in for the Memorial, $1,700 came in for the Kin, and then it dropped off immediately after the motion of council.
So through your worship, for Kin Arena, we did the build 1,800, and then for Memorial, we built small letter, about 10,000 in revenue.
So then we'd have $12,000 revenue on our budget for
Recognized.
2021 that we'd have
Yes.
to adjust.
To adjust, yeah.
Good. Thank you. Councillor Dober?
Just through you to Blair, I'm assuming that our contract with Terry is just a percentage deal. He rents, leases the signs out and takes a percentage off the top. We're not paying like a fee for him to do that for the city.
No, you're correct, Councillor Dober.
Okay, so there's no cost to us by honoring this letter besides we just don't get the funding.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Parslow?
Well, I'd like to make a motion that we concur with Terry O'Dwyer's request.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Wilbur? Discussion? Are you ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 6.7, we have a letter from Joe Judge, Director of the Rotary Club of Dawson Creek, regarding a request for the donation to the Rotary online auction for 2021. Councillor Javetkov?
I'll make a motion that we provide the same contribution as last year.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Earl? Discussion? I feel like I'm kind of managing a spaceship here. I got my iPad going. I got this. I need a helmet. It's pretty good, though. Any further discussion? Blair?
Your Worship, just last year we donated two $250 gift certificates for council's information as to what that is. So
Thank you. And it's budgeted in, I'm assuming, in grants and...
Yes, Your Worship.
Thank you. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 6.8, we have a letter from Jacqueline Jansen, Executive Director of Networks Ministry in Dawson Creek, regarding consideration of the taxation. Could we have a motion to receive for discussion so we can get an explanation from administration? Councillor Wilbur, second. Councillor Kempf. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Blair, can you give us a little bit of an overview of the history?
Thank you, Your Worship. So they purchased the building and moved in before it was dedicated as a school, previous to the sale of this, so it was tax exempt. When they purchased it, there was no nonprofit status that went with the building. They did speak with our staff, although they indicate that there was some confusion. I think there was clarification provided following that, Flavia, that there would be a need for taxation to be paid on this building. So at this point, there is an amount that will be owing for 2021 as they go through the year. They will have to follow a process to apply under the tax exempt bylaw as a nonprofit. But where we're at today is they will owe taxation revenue for the 2021 year.
Thank you. And council's only option would be either to give a grant for the taxation. We can't waive taxation. And so we would give a grant to them in lieu of the property taxation. That's our only option for funding it, I'm assuming, Flavia? Sorry, I'm going to just go back and I'll do this again. There you go.
Yes, so through your worship, yes, that would be a decision from council, but there is another option that we also present to them where they could go back to BC assessment and request to change the classification from business to recreation, which would then drop the tax rate. They still would be paying taxes, but way lower than if they would be under the business class. And we did advise this to them. And in the last 3 years, they've been discussing with us, contacting us, requiring the status about this building. And we have explained that in the moment that they acquire that building, they will be responsible for the taxes. Otherwise, they would need to come and ask for permissive tax exemption.
Thank you, Flavia.
You're welcome.
And I saw in there, I see in their documentation they did get the value property assessment. BCSS dropped the value, but not the designation. Thank you. Councillor Parslow. Sorry, you're going to have to go one more time.
One more time. Okay. Well, I think we're all aware of the contribution that Network Ministries makes to our community. And I would encourage them to apply for permissive tax exemption. But I would like to make a motion that we offer a grant equivalent to their taxes for the 2021 on the understanding that they meet the deadlines and requirements for applying for permissive tax exemption.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Wilbur. So to administration grant in the amount of X amount of dollars, do we know the amount and do we have that much money in our grants?
Your Worship, I believe we will have to look up the exact amount. It could be in the range of $20,000, and I don't believe we have it budgeted at this point.
So we would have to increase the amount of our grant amount in order to meet the payment.
Yes, we would have to find the money. We can bring that back to you at a future meeting.
Thank you.
With the exact amount and where the potential funding could come from if the motion passes.
Thank you. Councillor Javetka?
Yeah, I'm not in favor of the grant. That's going over and above our grant policy, and I think their option is to apply for the permissive tax exemption. But I think one of the things that the city can do is reduce the amount of competition we have with them. They're providing services through their facilities, through the gymnasium and other services there, meeting rooms and stuff, and we provide the same services. So basically we're competing with them, which has an effect of reducing their revenue. So I think that's one of the positive things that we could do.
Thank you. Further discussion? Councillor Wilbur?
I would like to hear back from staff what we do have left for grants. Maybe it is that we have a certain amount that we contribute as a grant towards them and they may have to find the rest, but I think we need that information. So they do provide lots of service to the community. I know there's families wouldn't have made it through the last year if it hadn't have been for Network Ministries. So I would like to do what we can for them. but I'm not at this point also prepared to go above what grant money we have. So I think that's something we need to know what that amount is, and then look at what we can do. And I say that in after hearing from the CFO that they have been in a discussion for over 3 years. So there was a planning piece that was there that they could have been participating in. So I think there's some options here, but I just want to know what those numbers are first.
We have 10 grand or 15 Blair in grants, Flavia?
We have 12,500 as a community grant, right?
Thank you. So next up, we have Councillor Parslow.
Yes, well, notwithstanding the fact that there's been some discussion over time, I would hate to see anything happen to cause this network ministries to be able to function. This motion is just for this 1 year, and again, we are still in budget process. We do have the ability to adjust our grants. This property in the past has not paid revenue because it's been designated as a school. So basically, it's a wash for the city. The taxes that would be flowing from network ministry would be additional revenue, and I'm all for additional revenue, but I will not support anything that does not enable network ministries to continue its good work in our community. So I think, I understand Councillor Giovactov's sentiment, but I think this is a one-time adjustment, and the motion I made does require them to follow the policy and practices for being eligible for permissive tax exemption.
Thank you. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. And while I agree with Councillor Parslow's sentiment that Networks Ministry does some incredibly important work in our community, I do, if we look at, we just granted $500 to Rotary, so we will have $12,000 remaining in the grant budget for 2021. So if we were to allocate that monies, that would mean we basically couldn't provide any further sponsorship unless, as Councillor Parslow says, we adjust the budget accordingly. My one concern is I understand he's asking for a one-time grant. There is always, when you set out to do something one time, there is a tendency for that to set precedent and make it that much harder to decline a request in the future. So I'd be interested to know, certainly if they're able to achieve, be reclassified as recreation, I assume that would significantly reduce any grant, and I just want to confirm through staff if it's okay if that option is still available to them for this year, or that would be next year.
So through Your Worship, they actually have the option till January 31st to appeal to BC Assessment. And then BC Assessment has until normally end of March to decide about reclassifying. Or if not, the process can go through the year, and then a supplement would come and they would then provide reduced taxes.
Thank you, Flavia. Councillor Dolber.
Yeah, I agree with, Charlie, that this seems like a wash. Like, that building is, sat empty and maybe used a little bit for a while. So the Networks has taken it over. They do an unbelievable job for our community, and all volunteer. Like, it's amazing what they do and what they're offering in that building. By them taking it over too, they had to do quite a bit to get things up to code and occupancy, and had to invest a lot more capital into it than they were anticipating. So, I mean, whatever way we can, in my mind, I think we figure out if it's a grant or however it's done. I think we got to support them. It would make no sense to me to bill them for part of it, especially if they apply for, the nonprofit status for next year. So it's not done, but we weren't going to get the money for the building anyways. So I'm in favor of Charlie's motion.
Thank you, and so just, maybe I'll pass to administration to respond to that.
Your Worship, there are a couple of things that jump out. If the grant is pursued and given by a vote of this council, are they then going to cover the Peace River Regional District portion and so on? There's that has to be considered, and I would like to throw something out for your consideration. If you would like, we could bring a report back to the next meeting of council with the exact amount on it, what the implications are to our budget, to our grant fund, as well as the additional taxes rather than just the cities, such as the regional district, the school, the hospital, and so on. And also, maybe immediately following this meeting, based on if there was an amendment to the motion, we could contact them to direct them to appeal their decision and try and get it reclassified as recreation. At this point, I don't believe the 2-week lag between this meeting and the next will have any impact on Network Ministries at all, but you may have further information that may, and I say may because it's certainly your wish that we will execute, but you may have additional information that may help the discussion.
Yeah, I've got absolutely no issues whatsoever with us developing a model to try to see how and what can be done to assist Network Ministries. I don't think anybody absolutely argues or has any issue at all with the value that they've done and given to our community. But to, for me, the one piece of this is saying, well, we'll get it to permissive tax next year. Well, we're looking at revamping permissive tax in terms of a new model for that, and I'm not sure exactly how this new facility might fit into that suggested recommendation. So I really like the idea of them getting to BC assessment for the try to get that designation changed because that'll have a big impact. And then, as administration have indicated, the whole aspect of regional hospital district taxation, property for taxation for regional district, and then for school district. So next up, I've got Councillor Javetkov.
Yeah, so I agree that they do an awesome job of supporting the community, as many other organizations do. What I see here, though, is us, like we've been reducing the amount of grants for a reason, and I see this as starting to set precedents again to increase the grants. So it doesn't make sense to me. I mean, if we're going to provide a grant to networks to pay their taxes, how about all these other organizations that provide these awesome services? There's got to be other ways. I support what Blair just suggested there, that this changing the classification, I think, is critical. And the other thing is, there's no guarantee that they're going to get a permissive tax exemption. That's an assumption on somebody's part, but there's no guarantee. I mean, we've been trying to tighten up on that as well. So this could be an ongoing issue, and there has to be some long-term solutions, not just a one-off, just give them a bunch of money, pay their taxes, and carry on. So I don't agree with that part of it at all.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow.
Well, let me help some of you about this topic.
Oh, sorry, your mic, please.
Oh, sorry. My motion was, that we provide a grant to offset whatever the taxes are. Now, we don't know what the taxes are going to be because we haven't finalized our budget. So this is a dynamic process. I would expect our staff, who are caring citizens of this community, to advise the Network Ministry that they pursue appeal and go after the lower taxation. I think that's a sort of a service that we would provide. It just takes a phone call. So we may be facing a much reduced taxation and revenue as a result of a successful appeal. My motion is this is a one-shot one-shot deal, and that they go through the process of applying for permissive taxation. I believe that's what the motion is, that they go through the process. Whatever permissive tax regime it turns out to be would apply to them. So it's correct to say we haven't settled on that, but I believe that some of these other organizations in our community do already receive permissive tax exemption. I don't have the list in front of me, but let's take the Dawson Creek Society for Community Living as an example. So I think the motion is fine, and if we need a more detailed report, we can only exempt them from the city taxes, and we can't exempt them from school tax, can we?
Well, and so I think that's part of the administration. We need to kind of get an understanding of what is the tax bill, what's the city portion, what's the other portions. And Blair?
Just a quick follow-up. We have notified them about the recreation. Now, whether they have pursued that or not, I am not sure, Flavia. But just to be clear, the city did take that initiative immediately and let them know. The tax exempt, anytime the tax exempt status is given to an individual, it is for all taxes. So that is just for clarification.
Thank you.
Right.
Brenda?
Yeah, through your worship, the motion as it stands would have council approving it. And if they wanted to wait until a report came back with implications, a motion to defer until the staff report was presented would be in order.
Thank you. Councillor Jarekov?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to defer the current motion until we get a report.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Kemp. Ready for the question on deferral? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 6.9, we have a letter from Doug Allen, Mark Dunlap, and Rick Benson from the Softball of BC regarding a relief funding request. Councillor Javetkov?
I'll make a motion that we receive for information.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Parslow. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 6:10, we have an email from Susan Chalmers, Executive Coordinator from the North Central Local Government Association regarding resolutions for the 2021-2022 NCLGA Board. Councillor Parslow, go ahead.
Receive for information.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Earl. Discussion. Sorry. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 6:11, we have a letter from Ken Christian, the mayor of the city of Kamloops, regarding the overdose crisis and call for overdose action plan. Councillor Parslow?
I would like to move that we follow up with this letter by adopting a motion that reflects the motion that was presented to us in this letter from the Mayor of Kamloops.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Wilbur? Discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
I think we're all aware of people in our own community who've lost somebody through this province-wide tragedy, so I don't think we need more action in this front, and I think anything we can do to cause the federal government to declare that this is a health crisis in our nation is needed.
Thank you. Certainly, I agree completely. I think the amount of attention that seems to have overwhelmed us, obviously with the pandemic and COVID, that somehow the overdose crisis and in our certainly community in northern British Columbia is being evidenced by the amount of people lost as a result of this. And I think it's certainly appropriate for us to do what we can to support the initiative through to the province of British Columbia and the federal government. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 6.12, letter from Joanna Martins, Executive Director of the Kiwanis Arts Centre for support for an application to NDIT. Councillor Councillor Javetkov?
I'll move that we provide a letter of support.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Kemp. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. 6:13, we have a letter from Chris Richards, President of the Dawson Creek and District Chamber of Commerce, regarding a request to support a $3,000 grant application for NDIT. Councillor Javetkov, go ahead. Oh, sorry, Councillor Earl, go ahead.
Sorry, I move that we support the Chamber's request for, provide a letter of support for the grant request.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Javetkov. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. $6.14, we have a letter from Dustin Bodner from the General Manager of Canada Event Center Tourism Dawson Creek regarding a Northern Development Initiative Trust funding application for the U18 National Women's Hockey Championship. Councillor Javetkov.
I move that we provide letter support.
Thank you. Second. Councillor Earl. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. So it's 10:20. I think we'll take a 5-minute recess now and allow myself to get back into the world of non-technology. So we'll take a 7-minute recess. Thank you. Order. We have everybody. And so we finished off starting now with item 7, reports. 7.1, we have report number 21002 from the Recreation Manager regarding the Dawson Creek and Dawson Creek Disc Golf Club operating agreement. Councillor Parslow.
I move the report 21-002 from the Recreation Manager re Dawson Creek Disc Golf Club operating agreement be received. Further, that the agreement be approved for the 5-year term from December the 31st, 2020 to December the 30th, 2025.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Kempf. Discussion. Councillor Dober.
I didn't have anything.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll obviously be supporting this. I think the Disc Golf Club is one of those local success stories similar to the dog park, where you've got a passionate group of local volunteers who've just pushed ahead, and they've added a tremendous amount of value to our local parks at minimal cost to the city. And good work to staff on securing the 5-year agreement, and congratulations to Jaron Neufeld, who's the new president, from what I understand.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 7.2, we have report number 21003 from the Recreation Manager regarding our Ken Borick Aquatic Center fees and hours of operation. Councillor Parslow.
I move that report number 21-003 from the Recreation Manager re Ken Borick Aquatic Center fees and hours of operation be received. Further, that the fees and charges at the center return to those as defined in the current fees and charges bylaw, effective February the 20th, 2021. And further, the current reduced days and hours of operation remain in place until such time as COVID-19 restrictions permit for normal operations.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Earl, discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Oh, sorry, Brenda? Oh, Councillor Dober, go ahead.
Through you to Blair. Blair, there was some mention of possibly with the hours and of the operation about looking at being open for non-instructional days with the school, so we have something for the community to do on those days. Was there anything done on that, what that cost is, and if that's going to be feasible?
Go ahead, Blair.
Through Your Worship. So when the staff looked at it, I don't think we looked at what the additional cost, if we were just going to pick the days and add those days. I thought it was to shift, the way I understood the original motion, to look at this was to shift, look at the 5 days we're open now. Is there a better 5-day period to be open versus going to the full 7? But We have not looked, at least that I'm aware of, Ross, and I will transfer it to you, based on if there were an additional 4 non-instructional days, what would the cost be to open it up at that point? But that is a little different understanding, so if I misread that, I'd have to go back and look at that motion, Darcy. But Ross, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, through your worship. No, we didn't break it down to the non-instructional days. We've presented to you 7-day operation, 5-day operation, and what that would look like. And just briefly, with respect to the Pro D days, we did reach out to the school district for some information on those days. Of the 4, 2 were on the Monday, 2 were on the Friday, so we've just we've identified the current days as the most applicable.
Councillor Parsons?
Well, Ross just covered it off. Non-instructional days are always linked to a weekend, and Mondays are a common day, and for NID days, and the pool is open. Fridays are obviously used as well, but I would imagine for many people, having the pool open on the weekends is more beneficial to more people than just having it closed at weekends, and flip-flopping it from one month to another would just cause frustrations. So I think it's an important consideration that Darcy's raised, and it is partially accommodated. The school district, if parents are concerned, they should get hold of the school district because they can adjust their calendars. They set their calendar a year at a time, but I'm sure that they have the ability to adjust the calendar in consultation with the teachers' union.
Thank you. Councillor Dober?
No, that's fine. Thank you. So, sorry, I guess just one thing. So we're still going with being closed Thursday and Friday?
Blair?
At this point, your worship, unless we receive additional direction from yourself and council, that is where it is established. 5 days a week. We recover at that 6%.
Next 2 are Mondays.
The next 2 non-instructional days are Mondays. But that is, we will, as I said, if council so chooses and would wish a change, we will work on that. But as it presently stands, the motion that we've just seen moved and seconded is to go back to charging full rate for swimming, but maintain the schedule we have, which is Monday to Friday, Councillor Dober.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Sorry, no, it wasn't Monday to Friday. Let me clear that up. We are closed Thursday and Friday. I do not want any confusion here. Saturday to Wednesday.
Thank you.
Just about got me, Darcy.
Councillor Parslow?
Well, as I said earlier about the swimming pool and how well run it is, I've adjusted my strategy because about swimming times, because I noticed that the heavy usage is right at 12 to about 12:45, or at 9 o'clock to 9:45. So it gives me a good hour to have the pool without the hordes of people doing their length. So I know. So I was just trying to say that around the fee, the majority of people are there just for about an hour, and the pool's open for an hour and 3/4. So I don't think you have any problems with going back to a regular fee structure.
Thank you. Further discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. 7.3, we have report number 21012 from the General Manager of Community Services regarding the Kin Arena usage report. Councillor Javetkov?
Receive for discussion.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Kempf? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Javetkov?
So, with the information provided there, I think to me it's obvious that we should close it for the remainder of this season.
Thank you. Further discussion?
So I'll make a motion that we close it.
Effective?
effective now for the remainder of the 2020-2021 season.
So the date you're recommending is today?
Yeah.
Do you have a seconder? Do you have a seconder? Councillor Parslow? Go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
Yes, but I'm uncomfortable with saying today. I believe there should be some notice given to all parties. I would be comfortable making an amendment, but I know if I get can I amend a set motion I've seconded?
Yep.
Okay, effective closure at a date to be determined by staff after proper notice. Is that okay, or do you want a more specific? Your non-verbals are saying you'd rather the council make that decision than yourself. Is that right? I'll give you a date if that's what you want.
Your Worship.
Go ahead, Blair.
Possibly for a little clarity. Mayor and Council just made a motion not long ago to reopen the Kin Arena, to put ice in it, based on where we were at under the COVID protocols. Unfortunately, within 2 weeks, I think it was, following the decision to open the arena, the COVID protocols have changed, which then took games out. So the amount of use of that arena is down drastically. I think right now, and correct me, Ross or Shantae if I'm wrong, today there is only 7.25 hours more usage than when we only had one arena. And that's total with two, I believe, right now. So a motion may be, if I would suggest, and I'll give you this, on the 5th of February, Dr. Henry is coming back with her next, either extend where we're at today or go back to where it was, as I understand, when Mayor and Council opted to open the arena. You may want to consider the February 5th date being an important date. That way we could work with the users between now and then, that if the decision by the provincial health officer is to extend the order, then the arena would go down. And if it wasn't to extend the order, then it would be up to council. Do you want to keep the arena going? I'm throwing that out for consideration, because that would put us back to where we were, or possibly back to where we were when council made the first decision to open it.
So we have an amendment suggested that we give to administration as a recommendation of February 5th. So in the amendment, then your date, Councillor Parslow, would be?
Well, the date that I had, because it was reflecting, of course, that Dr. Henry will be making an announcement, was February the 8th.
Oh, I could be off by a couple of days, and I used to.
No, sorry. That the date she's making these announcements is February the 5th.
Okay.
I was going to propose that the arena be closed, right? February the 8th, subject to the continuation of the COVID restrictions.
So we have an amendment suggested then, and the date be February 8th as the amended?
And subject to the continuation of the COVID restrictions.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Wilbur? Discussion? Councillor, I've got Councillor Dober.
I just had one thing, like obviously with all the stuff that's come down from the provincial government, but has anybody talked to any of these service clubs that use the arena? Because I think, like, I mean, it'd be pretty logical to be able to have a conversation with them about if it's only 7.5 more hours at the Kin Arena, like, you know, in my mind, if we talk to them, like, they would probably agree that it maybe makes sense to close it until there's, you know, the orders are lifted or changed. I don't know, I just think it would be a little easier to talk to them about it first. I just wondering if anybody has.
Go ahead, Blair. Ross?
Oh, go ahead, Ross.
Thank you, through your worship. We have not had those conversations, but certainly we will. The notice this morning was to provide council with information respecting the current usage in that building and the implications of the announcement from the province. So we would certainly reach out to all user groups.
Thank
in
you.
any event, we will, regardless of the decision here, so.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I,
Go ahead.
can I just, maybe I guess, like the politics stuff is new for me clearly, but, you know, I just think if we just end it today, like there's just gonna be a big uproar and a lot of people upset, but if we actually have a conversation with them and make them part of the decision and come to a solution together, I get council votes on things, but you know, with all the facts laid out and hearing their side and our side, it just seems like there would be an easier way to come to a solution that would make work for both parties. And maybe that's not the way things are done in politics, but it's, you know, would just make sense to me. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't know if you can do it. But.
Thank you. Blair?
I think, Councillor Dober, it will be important. We would not make a decision without entertaining a discussion with these user groups. They have, I think, a very good working relationship with Shantae and her group that organized this. So as I understand the amendment, it would be pending Dr. Henry's decision on February 5th. If the order is extended, we would close the Kin Arena beginning on the 8th of February. If the order is moved back to where it was prior to this, I'm believing the Kin Arena stays open because that's a motion that Mayor and Council have already adopted and gone with. So that would be the discussion we would have with them that I think, you know, goes without saying, but better with saying, as they say. We will definitely engage.
Well, thanks, but would it not work to just let the groups that use it know that we're going to wait for the announcement on February 5th. We have another council meeting on February 8th. So just give them the heads up that if the order's lifted, there's a potential we'll be closing it after that.
If the order's extended, the potential that we.
You know, if the order's extended,
Yeah.
but the order can change.
Yes, if it did, we would bring it back. But again, we will reach out and talk to the user groups, if not probably this afternoon, by tomorrow at the latest. So we will be in full discussion with them on whatever council decides here today.
Okay, thanks, Blair. And to make a motion saying we're going to close on February 8th, pending what's announced on February 5th, doesn't make sense to me because it can change. Like, you know, the laws and stuff that we got to follow now in regards to COVID change every announcement. So, you know, it's not likely she's going to go back to the other one or stick with this one. There could be changes to it. So, you know, to vote on this saying, you know, if it goes back to, you know, to the other phase, like that part doesn't make sense to me. I think we'd be better off to wait until, you know, she's announced what the changes are going to be. And then we have a council meeting 2 days afterwards or 3 days afterwards to then make the decision.
Thank you. Councillor Wilbur?
Through you, your worship, to staff, refresh my memory if I'm wrong, but end of season is March, April?
Usually, traditionally, it's the end of March.
End of March, okay. So let's say we leave it open, and I'm looking at an approximate recovery so far of 8.7% of fees. We're basically going to be in the hole if we leave it open and extend it, regardless of what Dr. Henry says to us on February 5th or 8th.
Ross, go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship. Yes, our recovery rates will be significantly lower than a typical year.
Okay, thank you. I will support the motion that's on the table, and I will bite my tongue because I really want to say I told you so and extend that, but I'm not gonna. So, all right, thank you.
You didn't say it.
But I think in fairness too, we got $2.7 million from the provincial government for COVID relief, knowing that we're going to have impacts to revenues and operations, and that was what that funding was allocated for. The reduction in availability is not as a result of, some of it, not as a result of groups. It's just protocols that are purely being put in place that say every group that comes in for an hour, we got to do a deep clean for an hour. So we're losing some of that efficiency of operation that normally would happen. And then the COVID restrictions of no games and all of those other things that are impacting all of the groups. So I think to me, the intensity of investment for us in putting ice in comes in putting ice in, and then the operations of it comes from the daily operations. But we're going to lose that intensity of what it costs us to put that ice in by not having the ability to fully implement the opening of the facility. So I'm really want to make sure that we engage the groups, as administration have indicated, and ensure they're aware of, look, 7% or 10% operating there just isn't enough uptake on it, and based on whatever the new directive is and the order is, that council will be moving to potentially remove that ice, because we can't continue to operate it on that level. Blair?
Your Worship, I think it is important to note, when council made the first motion to open the Kin Arena, the uptake by the user groups was significant. I think it's fair to say. So the original decision by council to meet the request of minor hockey, figure skating, and so on was met well. It was the unknown a couple of weeks later when Dr. Henry made the announcement that took us back. So through no fault of their own, that's why we're seeing 7.5, 7.25 hours a week extra being used only. So as I understand the amendment and then the motion, it would be that we will see what Dr. Henry says on the 5th. If the existing order in its present form remains, the Kin Arena will close. If there is a reversion back to how it was before this order, the Kin Arena would stay open. Anything different than that, we will bring something back to the immediately following meeting of council for your decision at that time. Is that, I'm trying to summarize the motions and the amendments, if I could.
Councillor Wilbur?
To staff, that's my understanding of what we're asking. I just want to, though, put it out there, and I totally am a hockey fan. I love figure skating. I love all the ice user groups that we have, and I think they contribute a lot to the community. But I am also mindful that there are many, many other recreational groups that did not get an outdoor season. They were not able to rent facilities from the city like they normally do for an indoor season, and they've had nothing. So I am mindful of that. So as much as I appreciate our ice users, and I'm not dissing them at all, or, grumbling about putting more ice in and it not getting used, I'm just trying to make the point that we have to be mindful of the whole community. Yes, we did get funding for the whole community, and so we can't, when it comes to COVID and this, we have no control. So sometimes no is no, and I think moving forward, depending on what happens, we're going to have to learn to accept that in some areas, because we have many, many user groups that have had nothing since a year ago when winter started. Like, no outdoor season, they've had nothing. So yes, the city's taking a loss on those user fees, but those groups are also not getting to recreate. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. Councillor Javetkov?
So I support the amendment as it was explained by Blair.
Thank you. Further discussion? Councillor Parslow?
So, yes, our staff has summarized my intention in the motion, and to Councillor Dober's reflections, yes, if it's in between, there's some quite different orders. In other words, there's not a reversion to what it was before, or if it's status quo, then the motion would require staff to come back to council and report the implications of that, and we would make a decision. The ice season, as the mayor just stated, typically ends towards the end of March at the Kin Arena. And so if we did nothing now and waited to February the 5th, and we'd have our council meeting February the 8th, we would rightfully say, well, we need to engage the users and talk about this new situation. And the next council meeting's towards the end of February, when staff might be able to give a report, and then we would be saying, well, why are we bothering to close it for the few more weeks that are remaining? Every day, taxpayers' money is being used, and Whilst I support the use of the emergency money to support such things as opening the Kin Arena, as Councillor Wilbur's eloquently summarised, there's lots of other groups, and I think Council made a reasonable effort. My motion is intended to honour the previous decision of Council, but in light of the data we have and a decision by the health officer to continue restrictions, I don't think it's good stewardship of taxpayers' money to continue the operation of Kin Arena. However, I will support its continued use if there's a reversion to honour the previously mentioned council decision to open Kin Arena.
Thank you. From my perspective, the only issue is we haven't talked, I haven't heard from the user groups. I haven't heard from the groups that have said, here's why we're not using it, here's why we can't use it. And that is what drove to us the heightened awareness of why we put the ice in the Kin Arena. And the fact that we got the money from the provincial government, the $2.8 million, was for COVID relief, for us to help offset the costs of our impacts of COVID on our community. And so this is one of them. The fact that they can't use the ice to the fullest degree means that there's some increased costs. And so to me, I really want to make sure we don't lose sight of it's the user groups that are the ones that are, and it's not a typical year for us either in terms of for minor hockey or figure skaters or speed skaters, because they're normally provincials drive the end of the season, which is spring break, and they finished in March. And I don't know if that's going to be a typical season because I haven't had any engagement with anybody at all about that. So, Councillor Dober?
Sorry, to make sure I'm off mute. My thing about like engaging them was, I know council put in that we would open the arena, and before that it was planned to be opened anyways. But, with these facts and, once the announcements, like to sit down with the groups, like, what if they came up with a decision like, oh, you know what, actually with all this and what we're doing, we don't need the second arena. Like, we got that money that's to help with stuff for the city, and I understand how our tax dollars spent. It's about spending it as efficiently as possible to give our citizens, the best bang for their dollar. But my thoughts were about engaging the groups is that if you had that discussion with them, or Shantae had that maybe they would come up with a decision, this doesn't make sense. That's where I was thinking about just talking with them. That's where I was coming from on that angle. But I don't know how the politics of that works.
Thank you. Administration, Blair or Ross?
Thank you. Through your worship, we will reach out to our user groups immediately following this meeting and start having those conversations. Again, our intent this morning was to make council aware of the situation as it is, and we'll reach out immediately.
Thank you. Anything further, Council? Councillor Dober, sorry, you wanted to speak again?
No, that was fine.
Okay. On the amendment that we will deal with this on February 8th for the decision after we receive the direction from the Chief Medical Health Officer. Blair?
So, Your Worship, I don't want to belabor this. That's not my understanding of the motion or the amendment. It was that if the health order is extended in its present format, that the Kin Arena we would move to close it.
Right.
If the health order is reversed to how it was before the present health order, we would continue to have it open. If it was anywhere in between, we're coming back to the next council meeting with that anywhere in between, having already had that discussion with our user groups, because it's clear, I want to be clear, the 7.5 hours that's being used is a result of the health order, not because there's not a wish to book the ice time. It's just there's no adult games, there's no adult, so that changed the amount of ice time immediately.
Right. So. Good. So I just want to make sure council are clear on the amendment of that motion.
They summarized it very well.
Okay. Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. and on the motion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you.
That was easy.
7.4, we have report number 20225 from the city planner regarding the development variance permit 2012 Aidan Mosselman, 1,000 and 1,217th Avenue. Councillor Javetkov?
I'd like to move that we open this for discussion.
Thank you. Second? Councillor Kemp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Go ahead, Councillor Javetkov.
So these variances that he's requesting, were they variances that would apply even if he didn't have the request to change the ownership status of the building? Like were they errors when he built the building?
Through your worship, no, they were not. So at the time of construction, the zoning bylaw of the day was different. It has subsequently changed. So now that they're going through this process of wanting to strata, we have to make sure it complies with all the current bylaws. So that's why the variance is in front of you.
So how significant is the issue of not having separate sewer connections?
So the new bylaw, if you're building new and with the plan of having these two types of dwellings, we require it. We have a number of older existing type of duplex properties that have common sewer services. Functionally, it's not a huge issue. What can happen is if one individual was to put something down the drain, let's say, and causes a blockage, it could ultimately affect the neighbors or the adjoining property. So that's why a number of years ago we had made those changes, just to keep them separate. That way, if they want to create two properties, it just cleans it up. But functionally, it'll work.
Thank you, Kevin. Councillor Parsons?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation that report number 20-226 from the city planner I'm on 225, sorry. My apologies. I will, that report number 20-225 from the city planner regarding development variance permit 20-12 Aidan Mosselman for 1,000 and 1,217th Avenue be received. Further, that DVP 20-12 varying the following be approved. Zoning bylaw number 4450/2020, section 8.2.1C by varying the front parcel line setback for a principal building in the RS-2 zone from 7.5 meters to 5.48 meters, and subdivision and development servicing bylaw, Schedule C, Section 1.17 by removing the requirement for each unit of a residential duplex to be provided with a separate sanitary service connection.
Thank you. Do you have a second? Councillor Javetkov, discussion? Bring to the question, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried, thank you. Councillor Parsons?
I move the report number 20-226 from the city planner re strata title conversion S1152-20 Aidan Mosselman, 1,000 and 1,002 117th Avenue be received. Further, that strata title conversion S1152-20 be approved. Further, that the approving officer be delegated signing authority for the subdivision as per section 242 of the Strata Property Act.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Javetkov. Discussion, Councillor Dober? You're on mute. Darcy, you're on mute.
Thank you. We're sorry, we're on 7.6, right, for Bannister?
No. 7.5?
Oh, sorry. I don't have any. I got a bit confused.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No problem. Further discussion? Ready for question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 7.6, we have report number 21010 from the city planner regarding a temporary use permit 2101 application for Bannister. Councillor Javetkov.
I move that report number 21-010 from the city planner read temporary use permit 21-01 application, Bannister Ford, 1600, 1604, and 1608 99th Avenue be received. Further, that TUP 21-01 be approved at 1600, 1604, and 1608 99th Avenue to allow for the enclosed storage of tires and 5 metal storage containers as well as vehicle parking for a period of 36 months, subject to a new siting plan for the storage area being received.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Wilbur. Discussion about Councillor Dover.
The one thing I had about this, or the one concern, was on the original report that was brought to the city, the pictures of it, like the tires were just thrown all over the place and in a huge pile, which I think would probably be against our city bylaw on having that around. Do they have a plan to clean the area up for those residents around there that makes it a little bit more eye appealing than, just a massive pile of tires right by somebody's house?
Kevin?
Yes, so through your worship, exactly how this all came about is that there was some complaints from the neighbors about it. So as we worked with the applicant through the process, they've committed to enclosed storage for the tires. And there'll be screening for the property as well as the metal containers. And recently, discussions we had as of last week with the applicant, they are going to move the storage and everything towards 16th Street, away from the residential properties, as that was one comment and concern that we did receive. So we're working with them, and they've been agreeable, so I think we should be in a good spot.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Sorry, and 36 months, is that a term that's...
So through your worship, there's, I think 36 is the maximum you can go.
Okay.
You can renew after that, up to council whether they feel that that's, the appropriate length of time, can certainly go less. At the conclusion of a TUP, then really a decision needs to be made whether you go for a permanent rezoning or an extension of the TUP, so.
Thanks, Kevin. Is there a limit in terms of how many TUPs a property owner could apply for?
There is. I might just ask Nick, just so I'm 100% accurate, Nick.
So technically, there is not a stated limit to the number of TUPs that a property owner can apply for. The Local Government Act states that a property owner can only apply for one renewal. However, after that renewal, they could potentially apply for a different new TUP.
Thank you. That's just a good piece of information we should, at some point, look at. I don't know if we have, TUPs doesn't seem to be it's been a significant issue for us in terms of the number of TUPs we've used for properties, but it might be a thing to pop on the side under OCP and stuff.
Okay.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Kevin. Thanks, Nick. Further discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. 7.7, we have report number 21005 from the General Manager of Development Services for the BC Transit Annual Operating Agreement. Councillor Wilbur?
I will move that it be received for discussion.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Kempf? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
We seem to have two things going on here. we have the, if I can call it, the delayed arrangements with BC Transit for the 2020 to 21 year. And I don't see, we have to, if you like, to ratify that. My problem is moving forward from that point. I think that my colleagues on council know that I have not been able to support the provision of BC Transit services in Dawson Creek for several reasons, one being usage and the other the cost to the city of Dawson Creek. I notice that the projected cost for 2021-22 is $474,179, and that climbs the following year to $495,223, and the year after that exceeds over $500,000. It's $532,444. I've always supported the need that we should help the people who are disadvantaged people and handicapped people who require some assistance in transportation. That I still hold that view, but I cannot support the transit as it is. We know that there are maybe 2 bus runs in the morning and 2 bus runs after school hours that are well subscribed. I do know that private schools, they provide buses and parents pay for that. I was very, very disappointed in the response of the school district to the council's inquiry concerning the use of the availability of school buses, let's say from Crescent Park and Frank Ross, to be boarded after they've dropped off their students into available space to go down to Central and South Peace, or let's call it the south part of the city, and return those students. The school board declined to entertain that. I believe we as a council should revisit that and find out what the incremental costs would be to the school district should they pick up students, so that we know what the costs are and we can discuss how those costs can be met. If private school students' parents are paying for the buses that pick their students up, I don't see why public school parents can't do the same thing. Right now, for the city, which is struggling with finances, we need to come back and to re-examine this. So I certainly will support the 2021 ratification of that AOU, but the rest I will have to vote against.
Thank you. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, this is really challenging to look at when you see between 2021-22 and 2023-24 what amounts to a 12.5% cost increase to the city of Dawson Creek, despite the fact that, as per the agreement, we are restricted to limiting our annual fare increase to 2.3%. That really, I'm challenged in making sense of what appears to be a contradictory standard being set by BC Transit when when we settled on the 350 figure, or what ended up being slightly above 350, I understood at that point, a clock starts ticking and those inflationary pressures start kicking back in, and you're going to see a moderate increase every year. I just want to know, have we received any information from BC Transit which would justify this kind of escalation in costs compared to what we as a city are allowed to charge, what we know our costs inflate by, which certainly aren't cheap. This just seems really out of line with my understanding of that whole concept.
Blair?
Through you, your worship, council some time ago made a decision to have administration work with BC Transit to deliver a transit service in the city of Dawson Creek for half of what the original cost was, which was $700,000. We worked with BC Transit to try and achieve the $350,000. They never did come back with a $350,000 option. It was slightly above that. You will see that. The numbers that you see before us obviously indicate an increase each and every year. So this really is a council decision as far as where BC Transit goes in the city. But it's clear, I don't want to leave anybody with the impression that the $350,000 that we worked on, Kevin worked on relentlessly with them, it's not possible. They are not prepared to bring us a service at $350,000. I will note the numbers that you see, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin, are without the revenue we receive. So if you looked at the $455,000, if the city is to receive $55,000 in revenue, then that comes to us. So the cost is $400,000. The costs are still escalating at a significant rate, though.
Councillor Javetkov?
Yeah, I feel the same way. I mean, we originally, through our strategic plan, settled on the 350,000, and Transit couldn't come up with that price. They came up with something around 380 or 390,000, and now all of a sudden it's 474, and the sky's the limit. So I'm not in favor of it. I guess we probably have to go with the 2021-22 cost, but this is something that it seems to me that we should be putting it back on the table for strategic planning.
Thank you. Councillor Wilbur?
Just for clarification, Your Worship, through you to staff, does BC Transit set our fares? I'm kind of thinking of what Councillor Earl had said, or can we?
Kevin?
So through your worship, they definitely have a say in the fares, because when we talked about this originally, when we first started talking about transit fees here in the last 18 months, 2 years, council had a wish to see a significant increase in the fares, and Transit would not allow it or did not want to see it, because again, it goes back to they want to try and maintain that affordability component, and they suggest only small incremental increases, and so that's very challenging for us to increase our revenue.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Kevin. Further discussion? Councillor Javetkov?
So just a question, they withheld some revenue here earlier in the year. Have they paid that back to the city, or?
Through you, your worship, there was a grant, we'll call it a grant, a COVID grant of $62,000, I believe, of which $31,000 has been applied to this year's budget, the 2020-2021, with the flexibility for the city to use the other $31,000 as we see fit in next year's budget, should we. Now, if you read through this, you'll see that they require you to guarantee a level of service, is what they're trying to say, without significant increases. So we did get a portion back, yes, is the answer, long-winded answer.
Thank you. For me, honestly, I don't think there's been a year since I've been a mayor in 7 years that we haven't dealt with transit, with routes, with different routes, with different options, with different fares, with their different structures, and I am honestly, I don't think that we can find a way to say we're going to find more efficiencies, we're going to reduce another route, or we're going to reduce more hours in the day because we've already done that. We're at the stage where, in my view, we have to get to the point where we say we're going to have transit service or we're not going to have transit service. I don't think we can find a way to make this model any cheaper with a subsidized model that we have with BC Transit. And so the only model I'm of the view of that I'm going to support in the future is say we're not going to have any transit, and I don't believe that's a community that we would want to be a part of. And our community has an expectation we're going to have transit. People of trying to get to work and trying to move around have the need for public transit, and transit is a community initiative, and we've looked at different models of private and stuff like that. So yeah, there's no finding more money and saying we're going to reduce hours or we're going to reduce service, in my view. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I tend to agree that at this point, we're either working with the existing service levels or looking at getting out of the business of public transit altogether, and I agree that as modestly subscribed as it is still a necessary service, and for a city that aspires to growth, it is something you have to invest in with an eye towards. I would, if it's at all possible, to reach out to BC Transit. Just with the rate of escalating costs, if we could get, I mean, what's the explanation? Certainly, okay, labor, 2 to 3%. Given the way our local market is, I can't imagine their lease rates for the properties going up dramatic. Like, I need to be able to make sense of this and how they justify that kind of percentage increase year over year when that's completely out of alignment with, you know, ourselves and other levels of government.
Thank you. So there's no decision point at today that needs to be given. We're in, and we're proceeding on that basis, and a decision for the 2022 year or the end of 2021. Kevin?
Yeah, so, sorry, through your worship, I was just going to make sure the council, we do need to approve the 2021 operating agreement, as that's almost behind us now, and it was delayed because of COVID and our number of items. So that essentially is already complete. But yes, beyond that, then the alternatives that are presented in the report are some of your options.
And so, and council would have to make a decision then for the 2022, we're in for 2021, and then we would have to make a decision for 2022 by June or July or August?
So through your worship, the contract states 180 days notice for BC Transit. Yeah. So if council landed on a decision to discontinue, we have a 6 month notice period. So yeah, you'd want to do that prior to June.
So by July 1st, we would have to notify them that we're changing the model or the structure to impact the 2022 budget. Blair?
Your Worship, they work on a different year end than we do. I believe it is March 31st. Is the BC Transit. Is that correct, Kevin?
Yes.
So it is different than the January to December that we work on. So just keep that in mind. So the budget we are about to approve will be concluded at the end of March of this year, which is just a few short months away. We will then be back here at the next meeting or the meeting following, Kevin. I'm going to guess with a budget for adoption that's included within ours already for the 2021-22 budget. It gets a little confusing because their budget year is different than the city's.
I guess I'm just thinking if council said, like, we're out, we're not going to have transit any longer, we have to give them 6 months notice. And if we don't do that before July 1st, then we're going to have an impact on the 2022 budget for transit.
Yes.
Right?
Through your worship, I think you will perhaps, as that year end goes into March of 22, there still might be some costs
Sometime
in
there.
22,
Yeah.
but
Okay.
September is the date, Your Worship,
Okay.
not just because of that offset in the year.
Councillor Parslow?
Well, I'd like to move that we approve the 2020-21 operating agreement with BC Transit.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Earl? Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you.
Can I continue, if I may?
Go ahead.
May I continue?
Yep.
I would like to move that we have the 2021-22 budget discussions for BC Transit prior to, let's say, end of March of 2021.
Okay. Move. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Wilbur, discussion? Go ahead.
Continue. You presented, notion of a 3-year agreement. Can we not make an agreement 1 year to another, with the reality that we have to give 6 months' notice of any change?
Yeah, so through your worship, it is an annual agreement, but they give you the 3-year forecast budgeting, just so you see moving forward, and which obviously for us at this point is a great tool to see what those projected costs are.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wilbur?
Thank you. I knew I'd read it. It's under financial. So, Councillor Parslow, friendly note. In discussing that, I would also like, if you're okay with it, to discuss the increase of 2.3% on the fees.
Absolutely.
Do I have to do that as an amendment?
So
or can
I think what we're asking administration to bring back is a report to us on the implications of extending or having a modification to the agreement for the future, and which would encompass all of those components around increasing costs. Are we staying in? What's the model? I'm assuming.
Yes.
Blair?
We can do that, Your Worship, and it would include if there were options to go to a 10% and so on, but we'll ensure that is captured.
Timely, is that, so we're in budget time, does that give you guys the capacity to be able to do that in 2 months?
Your Worship, I believe we can. We know most of the information now. I think it does come down to a decision, as was said earlier. There's very little room to say we're going to cut this or cut this route, cut that route. I think we're at that point now. So the decision is going to be, I think a lot of it, to be blunt, is going to be based on, as you said, do we have a transit system or do we not? But I think we have the time to bring back what's needed for council's consideration, and we'll do that.
Thanks, Blair. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you.
May I, on the same topic?
Yep.
May I speak? I'd like to make another motion, if I may. I think this relates to transit, transportation, and information. Data is important for council to have. And my motion is that council send a letter to the school district requesting information on the incremental cost of providing opportunities for students to board rural school buses for transportation to Central and South Peace, with pickup at Crescent Park and Frank Ross.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Wilbur, discussion?
If I can speak to it, the pattern was, in my days in the school district, was that the rural buses would come into town on the main corridors into town and drop students off. And secondary students or elementary students who were going to school south of the Alaska Avenue would board those buses and be dropped off. Right now we have those rural buses doing the same routes, dropping off students, and they go to Central and go to South Peace. I know from talking to bus drivers that they believe that the pickup time after discharging their elementary students at Crescent Park or Frank Ross and picking up students would maybe add a few minutes. I'd like to know what the costing would be so that we have that information when we have our further deliberations around transit.
Thank you. Further discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 7.8, we have report number 21015 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding the sanitary sewer trunk inspection. Councillor Dueckroft.
Move that report number 21-015, re-sanitary sewer trunk inspection from the General Manager of Development Services be received. Further, that council award the sanitary sewer trunk inspection work to Aqua Acoustic Remote Technologies for $60,730.29 plus GST.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Earl, discussion? Kevin, can you give us a...
Yeah, so through your worship, we reached out to solicit some companies that could perform this work. What we found is it's somewhat specialized because we're looking for the sonar component, and what that is it's an ability for some equipment to float in the trunk line and actually measure how much sediment or material's in there. What that will do is give the information we need to put in a tender document for the actual cleaning and a much more accurate estimate for a contractor to bid on. Because right now, if we were just to tender the cleaning of the trunk line, we have no way of really, or a contractor has no way of estimating how much material they may have to pull out of there. So this is kind of that first step, and will give us the information we need. And this company comes out of the Lower Mainland, and was very well regarded. So we're hopeful, and we can get going on this hopefully relatively soon. So,
Thank you, Kevin. Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, I'm very pleased about this. I'm sure we all are, because I know every council person and staff are concerned about sewage issues. Am I correct in recollecting from a previous council meeting that the intent of this, of course, is to make sure our main line is running at 100% or close to it? Are we going to do this every 7 years, 5 years? So it'd be a regular maintenance function?
yeah. So through your worship, once we determine the amount of buildup that we see in there, that's going to certainly tell us, because honestly, we haven't cleaned the trunk its entirety in my time here. There has been some small portions done, but that'll certainly tell us just how much has built up over time, and I think then we'll determine whether it's a 5 or a 10-year type of return. But I think it's definitely going to have to be something that we do on a semi-regular basis.
Thank you, Kevin. Councillor Dober?
Thanks for the report, Kevin. I just have one question. Is there local companies that do this work, or is this an outside company?
So through your worship, there are local companies, and we do utilize a company out of Charlie Lake that does video inspection. But the difference for this one is the sonar capability, and that was the piece that we were really looking to get, and that's where this company comes in.
Thank you, Kevin. And so, go ahead, Darcy.
Sorry, Mayor. I just had a really hard time hearing that. I didn't hear his response.
Okay, sorry. So the company, we do have a local company that we utilize out of Charlie Lake, and they do video inspection, but they don't have the sonar equipment, and so that's why this particular company is fairly specialized with the sonar.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And so for people watching this work that we're proposing to do is to do an inspection on our sewer trunk lines to see how much buildup there may be in sludge, et cetera, in the line, and how we can perhaps flush and clean to make it more efficient and bring it up to 80 or 90 or 100% capacity versus what it may not be running at if you have some buildup. And this will give us a sense of what the buildup is and what we can do to clean it. So it's a great bit of work. Thank you. Further comments? Anybody? Blair?
Your Worship, just to even expand on your comments a bit, this really focuses on the problem that we've seen with sewer backups in the community, the challenges some homeowners have seen more than once. Mayor and Council, yourselves have made this a priority for the City of Dawson Creek to go to work on the master sewer plan. This is the first step in that, so I think it's very important, particularly for those people that have suffered a sewer backup, to know that this is just the first step. There are numerous things that we will be doing under that sewer master plan throughout the years ahead, including this year as well. There will be additional work, so.
Good stuff. Thank you. Further discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Kevin. 7.9, we have report number 21009 from the grant writer regarding the Government of BC Adaptation, Resilience and Disaster Mitigation Program funding application for 102nd Avenue crossing. Councillor Wilbur?
I'll move the great big long one. I will remove report number 21-009 from the grant writer regarding the Government of BC Adaptation, Resilience and Disaster Mitigation, ARDM program funding application for 102nd Avenue Crossing Replacement Project. Be received for that council supports the 102nd Avenue Crossing Replacement Project and approves submitting an application for grant funding through the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, ARDM stream. Further, that upon successfully being awarded the grant funding, that the City of Dawson Creek Council commits to any associated ineligible costs and cost overruns, and further, that the project proceed at this time only if the grant application is successful.
Thank you, Councillor Wilbur. Second, Councillor Earl. Discussion, Councillor Earl?
Okay, so I was initially just going to move the motion, and I hit it a moment late, but I do have a question with respect to the last part. I'm certainly happy to support this recommendation or the motion, but the last bit, the project proceed at this time only if the grant application is successful. I assume, should this, for whatever reason, not be a successful grant application, we do have some backup plans in the works to get this on our capital infrastructure plan sooner rather than later, given the urgency of our need to address some of these flooding issues.
Blair?
Your Worship, at this time, we would have to move some money around, and correct me, Flavia, I think we have highlighted some opportunity for that, but this is about, it has grown to about a $5.8 million bridge now. So it will mean that some things would not get done, or we would be into our reserves in an extensive amount. We have put money away under flood mitigation previously, with an additional $500,000 in this year's budget, Flavia, I believe, but I would let you explain where this money's coming from, because I know we've talked about that.
So through your worship, on the draft 3 report, actually, I do comment about this project increase from the version we had originally. And what's happening is that we have about $800,000 that you need to be funded by the General Capital Reserve to be able to complete this with the revised amount. So we would be using fully the flood mitigation, which is $1.15 million. We would use a portion of PRA for capital allocation, this extra general capital reserve. So in the budget, I don't reflect the grant, but I do reflect what would be if we need to fund fully.
Thank you, Flavia. Okay. Go ahead. I need you to...
My apologies. It's just a quick follow-up. So I'm not terribly familiar with the ARDM program. How confident are we that our application will be received? Is this just a shot in the dark, or are we reasonably assured, given what they generally grant money to, that we're in a good position?
So, through your worship, I don't know specifically about the ARDM, but what I do know and what I do believe is that we have done an incredible amount of work on flood mitigation. And as far as all the background work and the studies, and that I think is going to position us very well to have hopefully favorable results. So we certainly don't feel like it's a shot in the dark at all. We do feel like this has been a culmination of events that's finally got us here, and this opportunity is a good one for us. So we'll see. They're talking about a fairly quick turnaround because part of the requirements of the grant is that it's constructed in 2021. So they need to let us know relatively quickly so we can continue to go to tender and whatnot. So my plan at this stage would be we'll finalize designs, we'll get tender documents ready and have it so-called shelf ready to go. So if whatever the decision of council is, whatever the decision on the grant is, that we can go to those next steps.
Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin. Councillor Parslow?
Well, we have done a lot of work around flood mitigation, and we do know that it's pretty well a significant portion of the community is built in a floodplain. Originally, we were looking for a bridge that would be 0.5%. Notice, Kevin, I'm using the latest jargon here, 0.5% flood risk, and it would handle that. The other structures that the city has put in are at that same level. And so I read here that this project would not be at that level. It would be at the 1% level, which is 100 years, 2%. My mathematics is to 2% level. So that means 2 years out of 100, it would be underwater, could be underwater. Is that correct?
So through your worship, the current design that we've moved forward and we've applied for on the grant is the 2% AEP, which is, it has a 2% chance of occurring any given year.
Any given year.
Any given year. And even with that design, although a 0.5% event will not completely flow under the bridge, the designs and modeling say it will not overtop the bridge. It'll still withstand that. So that's why we looked at a few different designs, and to have a bridge that would take that 0.5% event was meaning we'd have to raise the road significantly, and you'd have a bridge that was up higher. Costs, of course, would be driven by that. There was a number of issues, and we just looked at it and felt if we could build it with the 2% model and it still wouldn't overtop the road, that seemed to be the best value.
If I may continue, I have so I still can visualize in my head here the aerial views of the flooding of Dawson Creek. And so, given what you just said, I can envisage that in that area, the only road portion that might be above such a flood would be that bridge. The rest would still be underwater, particularly I'm thinking of the crossing at 17th Street, just and that whole corner. I'm concerned that, we've all had the experience of budgets growing. We have a projected budget, and an $8 million project ends up being an $18 million project. This project is certainly, when I think it was first presented, the budget was much less than 5.9 million. So I'm going to move an amendment, if I may, to this budget with the view of trying to, we have very little capital in reserve. I know that budgets tend to increase. So the amendment would be inserted after the word, I'll read the sentence. It's a long thing here. Where it reads, Dawson Creek Council commits to any associated ineligible costs and cost overruns, right? And then would insert an amendment up to a maximum of $1 million. Okay? In other words, we're not going to put in more, continue to pour money into this. The budget must not require any more than $1 million of city money. So that I've made that motion as an amendment.
Thank you. Kevin, so just first, before I get a seconder, I'll just ask Kevin to speak.
Yeah, just a quick comment on that. And this language in here is specific to the grant, and that's why I just want to be careful. And so when you apply for this grant, they're just asking specific language the council understands is that if you're successful, they're going to give you the 5.9 whatever we asked, but if there's a cost overrun, that's on the city. So that's why that language is there. I don't know if by having additional language or an amendment like that affects that grant application. So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, Blair, go ahead. So I should get a seconder for the amendment first before we go further, and so, do I have a seconder for the amendment? For a second time, do I have a seconder for the amendment? And for a third time, do I have a seconder? Okay, the amendment fails. Go ahead, Blair.
I was just going to say, through this grant, and I would look to you, Kevin, is the possibility there that they could come back and say, not 100%, but you have 80%, we're funding this bridge. So if that's a possibility, and I always think it is in grant applications, then the amendment would have been that if we get 80%, we're not spending more than $1 million extra, or if this thing did happen to go from 5.9 to 9.9 and we've put in a resolution like this, we would be on the hook for the other. Just so that's how I understand this application. So is there a possibility they could come back and say, you know what, we can't give you 100%, we're trying to distribute the grants out, but we're going to fund 80% of that? I'm just not sure.
Yeah, so through your worship, right now, it says it's 100% grant. That's you're either in or you're out. There's nothing to say that they couldn't come back and do that.
For me, honestly, the project of 102nd Avenue, and certainly over the last 3 or 4 years, has been, you know, 1.5, 2 million, and then it just has continually the scope of engineering, and the closer we get to it. And I'm of that view that if we don't get 100% of the grant application, then council's going to make a decision in terms of saying, okay, if we're going to go in, are we going to go in for, if we only get 50%, are we still in to build the bridge then? I think that's a discussion council will have at the time we know how much of the grant we're going to get, and that's how I'm going to be guided by it. So I'm good with the motion the way it is now, because only if the grant application is successful at 100%. I'm very confident, honestly, in terms of the 15th Street Bridge, the 10th Street Bridge, most of the major capital projects we've undertaken over the last 7 or 8 years have been on a budget. We've never had a major kerfuffle on budget, so I'm very confident in administration in terms of bringing this forward. I don't have any worry about that. My worry is if we don't get 100% of it, then all of a sudden we're in for 2.5. Is that going to be a decision that we're going to say we're going to utilize it for that perspective? Councillor Wilbur?
I'm kind of leaning the same way. That's why they made the motion. I figure if something drastic comes back from staff that says, oh, we didn't get 100%, this is what we're looking at, then that's a decision we have to make then. But I'm also mindful of all the work that has been done. So a real pinch point for us in flood mitigation is this bridge. And as you open up waterways, it flows faster, and now we've got a pinch point at 102nd. So we have to look at getting it done. Grants available, kudos on staff for applying for it and finding it and taking those steps. So one way or the other, if it's plan A as this or it's plan B, something else down the road, it has to be dealt with. So I support 100%.
Thank you. Blair?
Your worship, we can certainly bring it back if the grant application turns out to be different than 100%. You know, we've had this discussion, this may be an unpopular view, but you ask me to give you the best information I have, not being an engineer, but I don't think any mayor or council would want to be standing on a dry bridge looking down at a flooded area around yourselves, and that could very well be the case here.
Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, I just need to bring up that motion again, because I think the motion as written, my reading of it, exposes the city to see let me go back. What I'm concerned about is from past history, and I'm not going to go dwell on the individual things, but we know you know, occasionally we have something come under budget. We also known some projects just explode, right? So it says here, further, that upon successfully being awarded the grant funding, the city commits to any associated ineligible costs and cost overruns. Now, how do we protect the taxpayers of Dawson Creek and the precious funds that we do have from overruns of 2 million, let's say, on this project, $1.5 million? Is there a way of protecting it? Because we presumably are saying, okay, you give us 100% of the $5.9 million, and we'll eat the rest if it comes in over budget. That's what we're saying. How can we protect ourselves? Do you know what I'm trying to get at here? That
Honestly, for me, every capital project we undertake, when we're spending 3 million, 4 million, 10 million, you have the risk of having something unexpected happen. I'm saying in the last 7 years, 15th Street Bridge, 10th Street Bridge, the sewer trunk line, the water treatment facility, the sewage lagoon, the raw water reservoir of 8 million, every capital project that I think we've undertaken over the last 6 or 7 or 8 years has been completed on budget. So I'm confident about administration coming to us with 5.9 million. If we said to them, look, we want to, now that we've got the bridge and we see this, we want to add a couple $100,000 into here to do something that wasn't associated or anticipated, I'm good taking that on. But I have confidence in our administration in terms of how they presented capital projects to us over the last 7 years, that 5.9 million. My issue is going to be if they come back and say, okay, you're not getting the 5.9, you're getting, or the 6 million, let's say in round numbers, you're only getting 50% of it, then that changes the view I'll have of the project. Kevin? Sorry.
So through your worship, just this may provide a little bit of comfort, is that $5.9 million has a 25% contingency component in it. So that's about a $1.3 million contingency built into it. So again, that's to protect, at this stage, putting the numbers forward, that's to help protect that. The only other way, if you get into it and you can reduce your scope. On a bridge, that's a bit difficult, but those are your strategies.
Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. And I just reiterate that I'm of a mind with yourself that we, given my experience, especially when it comes to the kind of basic infrastructure like roads and bridges, from what I've observed, our staff has been pretty on the ball, or at the very least, they've budgeted very conservatively to ensure that we don't run into unanticipated cost overruns. And while I appreciate Councillor Parslow's sentiment to try and indemnify or keep taxpayers from being on the hook for it, at a certain point we do have to trust. It is on us to make sure that our budgets are representative of the scope of the work before we put shovels in the ground. And if we don't do that, there's no guarantee that we can't indemnify ourselves from that. And I'm convinced, based on my experience, that our staff will have done that.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow, go back, please. Sorry.
well, you're doing a great job here.
So far.
I thought I threw you a curveball.
There, I'm back.
So I take it that if we only get a 80% grant or 70% grant, this matter will come back to council before we enter into any agreement.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you. Further discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Uh, 7.10, we have report number 21008 from the grant writer regarding the Northern Development Initiative Trust Business Facade Improvement Program. Councillor Wilbur?
Sure, I will move that report number 21-008 from the city grant writer regarding the business facade program be received. Further, that council supports the application to the Northern Development Initiative Trust from the city of Dawson Creek and the Community Futures Peace Liard for the grant of up to $20,000 for the business facade improvement program. Further, that council approves the business facade guidelines attached to this report.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Kemp. The reason we give it support on behalf of this is that the Community Futures manage the downtown, the business facade program on behalf of the city and do it at no cost. All we're doing is basically supporting that application through to Northern Development Initiative Trust for the funding for the facade program. Great job. Councillor Parslow.
Well, I'm pleased to hear that Community Futures does this for no cost. That's good. Conversation that has been had in the past has brought up the community of Smithers as an example, where we have we're working towards a unifying theme for our facades, our appearance. You go to Smithers, they have a Swiss theme, and it makes it a very pleasant thing. I was just wondering if there should be some approach of trying to harmonize so we get a bit of a Dawson Creek character to the facade program.
I think it'd be a great opportunity if Darcy's got this interest in downtown beautification, downtown businesses, perhaps bring that back in, and we work with Northern BC, Love Dawson Creek, and the Chamber, and Community Futures with the facade program, and say, look, maybe we lock into it. I know Blair's talked about, maybe the Alaska Highway as a theme for our community, and I think that's a great opportunity for Darcy if he brings us back into us and we get a committee and get the community engaged and do exactly that. I love the Smithers theme of the Swiss, the Alpine, and Caribou, and the gold panning city in Quesnel, and all that stuff. I think it's a great idea, so thank you. So we have 7:11 and 7:12 that I really want to make sure that we, oh, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, you guys always want to vote. You always want to vote for some reason. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 7:11 and 7:12 are both our Chief Financial Officer's reports on our property taxation information and our Draft 3 budget report. And so what I'd like to suggest, because we're at noon, that we adjourn now for lunch, and we'll have a half an hour lunch break, and then come back after lunch. And we have closed, and we have a little bit left in bylaws and mayor's business, so perhaps maybe and then we've got our committee of the whole as well. So perhaps if we can take a half hour lunch now, and then we'll go back into the agenda and go back to work this afternoon. Thank you. So we'll call ourselves back to order, and we're going to amend the agenda a bit. We've got 2 items left under our reports under 7:11 and 7:12, and I want to move them to the last bit of business after mayor's business. So we're going to move to bylaws, and we have item 8.1, our sign regulation amendment bylaw number 4472, 2020 for consideration of adoption. Moved. Councillor Wilbur, second. Councillor Earl. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. And 8.2, we have report number 21-011 from the city planner regarding our official community plan and zoning amendment bylaw numbers 4480 and 4481, 2021 floodplain updates for consideration of first 2 readings. Yeah.
I will move that report number 21-011 from the city planner regarding OCP and zoning amendment bylaw numbers 4480 and 4481 flood plan updates be received. Further, that the official community plan amendment 21-01 bylaw number 4480 2021 and zoning amendment 21-01 bylaw number 4481 2021 be given first and second readings.
Thank you. Second. Councillor Kempf, discussion. Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. And 8.3, we have report number 21014 from the Deputy Corporate Officer regarding our bylaw amendments to reflect the Consumer Price Index policy increase to our city fees and charges. Councillor Parslow?
I move that report number 21014 from the Deputy Corporate Officer be approved as presented on this document.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor?
He doesn't have to read that.
Councillor Earl, seconded. It's in the report, so it's good. You want to read it?
No, it's just 2%, 2% elevation as we've agreed to on everything, all the fees and charges.
Thank you. Discussion? Comments? Administration, Blair?
Your Worship, this is just following through on what Council's direction was some time ago. It was to move the CPI. Each year, we would look at fees that we charge and adjust by CPI. It didn't give anybody the ability to plan ahead or know what their fees were going to be. They were waiting. Council determined that we would go with a 2% increase on an annual basis. That would be reviewed every 4 years. So that's what you see before you here today.
Thank you.
The 2% that's adjusted for all of them.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, staff. Questions, comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Item 9, Mayor's Business. Got a couple items I just want to try and give a quick update on. The wastewater update, we had a bit of an issue before Christmas in regards to our wastewater facility and kind of worked our way through that. But what it identified to me was through the Peace River Regional District and with the help of Kevin and Nicole from our water department, we started to do a little bit of the analysis and the modeling around how much wastewater is coming into our facility, both here in Chetwynd, how much wastewater we believe is being produced out in the region at our camps, our processing facilities, et cetera. And it appeared, and there was an issue out in the regional district where there was a report of potentially some wastewater potentially maybe disposed of inappropriately. And so, you know, thanks again to Nicole who gave me the data of where our current volumes received is about the equivalent of one 500-person camp. I got from the Peace River Regional District on temporary use permits in the regional district, as well as from the Oil and Gas Commission, which don't have very good accurate data in terms of how many camps are out there on Crown land, but in the region on temporary use permits, there's one 700-person camp in Area E. I think that's the Coastal GasLink project camp south of Chetwynd. There's 3 in Area E, 180 man, a 220, and a 500-person camp. And then we know the Sonata camp and the old Encana camp on the Braden Road. So it added up to about 3,300 beds that are out there in camps. And we know that they're not all being fully utilized. But what it's done is, to me, is it's identified through the Peace River Regional District that we need to ensure that we put a proper structure in place when we issue a temporary use permit, that there's an appropriate mechanism in place to ensure that wastewater is coming and being handled appropriately by and through the users, and that does exist within Northern Health. We're just not sure if it's being monitored in some fashion. And then all that does not also include all of the processing plants and the other facilities that are developed and producing wastewater in those facilities. So anyway, it's just been really interesting to me to do some work on it, and I think make sure we have a proper structure in place to ensure that policy exists in place for the proper and effective use of wastewater handling in the region. And there's only 3 places you can take wastewater. It's Dawson Creek, Chetwynd, and Charlie Lake. And those are the only locations in the Peace in the Northeast that you can dispose of residential or commercial wastewater. So anyway, I just wanted to give Council a little bit of an update on some work I'm doing on that. Blair and I, along with Kathleen and from the Chamber and Chris Richards, the President of the Chamber, had a meeting with BC Housing about 2 weeks ago in regards to the BC Housing project and our concern that we raised to them about what appeared to be the lack of local contractors, local business being engaged in and being a part of that project. And we give them the property, we give them the land to develop the project, and it's a great project for our community. But at the same time, when they do that, they need to ensure that they reach out and find every opportunity at engaging with our local business people and our local contractors to be able to have the opportunity at bidding on those projects. And we had a really great discussion with them, and now we've got a follow-up where we'll be meeting with them every 2 weeks, the contractors and BC Housing, to ensure that we help in any way we can to facilitate the connection to our local businesses with them. It was a really good conversation. Over the holidays, Christmas, Ovintiv were, obviously it was pretty evident in the community of the amount of donations that we were seeing. Adam Rolick, the community relations person for Ovintiv, and giving checks out into our community. And so I really wanted to, we had a Courtesy Matters meeting about a week ago with the local community and Ovintiv, and I expressed to them how much we appreciated the effort that they've put into supporting our local community and different ways of providing financial support. And so I asked them if I could get a little bit of an overview of what kind of contributions they made, because it seemed to me it was pretty significant. They have 3 areas that they participate in: community life, education, and health, safety, or environment. So they gave $21,000 in total to the community life. Examples like the ARC and the Seniors Access, the Art Society, the Puskupi Food Bank, the Society for Community Living, the Regional Arts Council, the Legion, Dawson Creek Dog Park Society, Notre Dame School. Education, they gave School District 59, Skills BC, and the Municipal Library. Those 4 got a total of $25,000, with Skills BC getting 15. And at Health, Safety, and Environment was a total of $67,000. So Community Resources Society, Network Ministry, Salvation Army, St. Mark's, Fort St. John Women's Resources, Tom's Lake Fire Department, Pouce Fire Department, Dawson Fire Department, Fort St. John Swim Club, Bear Mountain Ski Club, South Peace Health Services Society, the Dawson Creek and District Hospital Foundation, and Dawson Creek Charity Society for $67,000. So a total of $114,000 in total community investment into our community and the region for charities and organizations. And then another $55,000 they made to the Indigenous community investment with the Halfway and the Doig, Soto, West Moberly, Horse Lake, and Blueberry and McLeod Lake. So I really wanted to make sure we gave the appreciation to Ovintiv in terms of how beneficial that is to organizations that are operating in our community. It kind of struck us that we haven't had the New Year's baby in yet, and obviously we can't have the New Year's baby in, and so Becky went to work on it, and we've discovered we had a New Year's baby, a little baby girl, on January 2nd, I think. Maya Ray Lynn Rue, and she's a little baby girl, and so I phoned the parents and congratulated them and welcomed our newest citizen. And I took the opportunity to kind of talk about, you know, the gesture that City Council give to our New Year's baby, and we had the little plaque that we engraved. And so I reached out to a few of the New Year's babies' mums over the last 5 or 6 years, and I wanted to just make sure, is what we do, is it appropriate, is it relevant, is it meaningful to you? And it really resonated. One of the mums said, Dale, it was really very, very cool for us to bring our baby in, to have you hold the baby and council, and we get a picture, and you guys recognize the baby. And the engraved plaque that you gave is a great keepsake for us, and a memento, and something that'll be something that our baby girl will be able to have for the rest of her life. And she said the one thing that we didn't do, that I just regret like crazy we didn't do, and she said we didn't get a picture of our baby with you guys. And I always think back, because I know Shaylee and Councillor Wilbur and Councillor Schumann would be there usually taking a picture. And so what I'm going to suggest we do is 2 things. I'd like to move forward, and we'll bring it back to council, is we'll make sure that when we have the New Year's baby, we bring a professional photographer in, and we get a really good picture of the baby with council. And then we have the New Year's baby Wall of Fame coming up in City Hall here, and that we have a picture of the New Year's baby with council each year. And wouldn't that be a cool kind of piece of something we do to recognize the New Year's baby? And so I always wondered if what we were doing was appropriate, and was it but meaningful. And so the mom said, yeah, absolutely. So that was really gratifying to hear. I've been working with the Dawson Creek Dog Park Society, and Councillor Parslow raised the aspect of some funding that's potentially available for them through the NDIT, they're in Barbary Park. I took my new pup down, and we had I couldn't believe, right, there was 8 or 10 folks down there. The park was busy. And the other thing that was really struck me when I was there, when I pulled in, there was probably about 12 cars in the parking lot. But a couples got out just before I did, and they didn't go into the park, but they were going for a walk, obviously, and they were taking their dog with their family, and they were going on the walking trail. And so they used the parking lot at Barbary as an access onto the walking trail to go for a walk with family and pets. So that was kind of an interesting thing to see that I never thought about before. And then with Ovintiv given the Dawson Creek Dog Park Society $2,500, they're in a position where they think they've got enough financial funding now with even more so with NDIT to make a grant to look for a permanent location. I talked to Ross this last week, and we've identified a whole bunch of areas in the community that might work as a permanent location, hive off a couple of acre location that we could turn into a permanent location in the community. And to me, this is about them, the Dog Park Society, coming with and agreeing to an MOU that they're going to develop a permanent facility, and they'll be the ones. They've done a great job, I think, of looking after the park now. It's clean. It wasn't untidy at all. And as long as we have that passion in the community and they're willing to do it, I'm happy to try to help facilitate it where it's not a burden on the taxpayers. So we'll continue to work away on that and find a permanent location, and then we'll bring that wholesome back to council once we kind of lock into a couple locations to get council's endorsement. One, you're interested in seeing this move forward and put some logistics around what they can do and how they're going to do it, and bring that proposal forward. I don't think I need anything more than that. It's just, we're just putting the kind of the business of potentially a park together right now. Does anybody have any questions of any of that? Item 9.2, I put a memo together because the last year when we suspended the increase to mayor and council's remuneration, the wording of the motion was that we suspend the 2020 increase for the remainder of 2020. And so we have our policy kicks in the next increase for 2021. And I didn't think or believe or anticipate that was council's assumption that we were going to kick the new policy in. So I thought we better bring it back and just clarify that by motion that council's decision and direction on a continuation of the wage increase suspension, not only continue on with the 2020 increase, but also the 2021 increase, which held a CPI plus 1% increase for January 1st of 2021. So I'd like council's, it would be my recommendation, and I guess I can make the motion, that council would suspend the recommended policy increase that was set by the remuneration policy and continue on with the suspension of the 2020 increase as well as the 2021 increase. And I'll make that by way of a motion. So I'd be looking at Councillor Wilbur. Discussion. Councillor Parslow.
Not too many years ago, the council engaged a consultant, an esteemed consultant, to work with a community committee about the setting the stipend, so that we are aligned, I think, with other councils. My concern with suspending the increase for administration, senior administration and council members is then we get out of whack with what's going on, and we then hire another consultant to retort the system so we get back into. So I think this might be a very small saving, and with the anticipation of further expense to rectify what's going on. So I will vote against it.
Thank you. Further discussion? Councillor Earl.
Just for my own clarification, Your Worship, you're referring strictly to council remuneration, not executive correct?
Yeah, that's correct. No, we had the remuneration policy as directed by council at the time where, and Councillor Parslow, we hired a consultant, we engaged a local group of community folks and business folks and service groups, and they come with the recommendation. At that time, the rules around the federal government's changing in taxation, where a third of council's remuneration was tax-free, and that changed it. So that was what really spurred us into doing that review of the policy. So this is just the remuneration policy as it relates to mayor and council. Councillor Javetkov?
So, the motion that we voted on before specifically said that the raise was suspended for the remainder of 2020, so that would mean that it would be reinstated on January 1st of 2021. However, it wasn't reinstated. So was there a unilateral decision by somebody that
No,
it
we,
wouldn't be
so
reinstated?
when I read the motion, that's why I asked it to be brought forward on this agenda, and I asked to hold the increase until council had a chance to decide it today, because not only did that motion suspend 2020, but it also didn't deal with what happened on January 1st, so that's why I wanted it dealt with on today's agenda.
So my reading of the motion, I mean, if it was suspended for 2020, then obviously it would continue on January 1st of 2021. That would be the assumption. Now, if you need a motion that expressly says that, you know, for example, the current motion, that it's suspended for 2021, then you add, however, on January 1st of 2022, it is reinstated. I would support that kind of a motion, but I don't want to see something that's hard to interpret, I guess. If the last motion was hard to interpret, then we need a motion that isn't hard to interpret.
Well, this motion that we had in June of 2020 said that the 2020 increase for mayor and council be suspended for the remainder of 2020. So at the end of 2020, that motion deals with that increase. On January 1st, our policy kicks in and says in 2021, on January 1st, we will have the 2021 increase, which reflected the 2020 increase, along with the 2021 proposed by policy, which was CPI plus 1%. So my understanding of that would be that on January 1st, 2021, we then kick into the existing remuneration that was set by policy and for 2020, along with the CPI plus 1%. Because the motion only dealt with the remainder of 2020, and that's why I thought it would be come back to council.
So how do we eliminate the confusion for January 1st of 2022?
So council will, the policy is, council will then deal with the policy that kicks in on the recommended increase of CPI plus 1% in 2022.
So is that part of the motion?
Nope, I'm making the motion to deal with today and 2020.
So then we revisit this issue again on January of 2022?
Council will have to under the policy, or you
Because
amend the
we've
policy.
already voted to adopt the policy or adopt the recommendation from the committee that I think you chaired it, Blair. Is that right? So you made a recommendation. We adopted that recommendation, which was followed through in 2020 up till June, until this motion was made. So,
Well, we can either do this or we can change policy, right? Because we have a policy that now guides the remuneration of mayor and council for the future.
so what happens, is the policy that we vote every January?
Well, the policy automatically kicks in that recommended increase.
Which is already kicked in.
Well, it
Because
was,
we got it for 6 months in 2020.
yeah, but not for 2021.
I thought it was an increase, a permanent increase. That's what was recommended. And that would mean that it would carry on for, unless we voted to rescind it or reduce it. We, like Charlie says we get another consultant to have a look at it. Anyways, I don't disagree with carrying it on for 2021, but I would like it clear what happens at the end of the year of 2021. I don't think we need to come back and revisit it again in January of 2022.
So then we address policy then. That's how, because it's automatically in policy that recommended increase is kicking in. Right, administration? Go ahead, Blair. Oh, sorry.
Through you, your worship. So what would happen if there was no motion like brought forward, then the policy kicks in? So, for instance, if in January of 2022 or December of this year, a member of council didn't make any motions regarding the remuneration for 2022, council would see the increase as established in the policy that exists today. They were going to see it on January 1st. There was a discussion saying a motion is going to be brought forward. So if this motion didn't pass, the increase would be retroactive to January 1st of 2021, not 2020. So another motion in 2022 would not be necessary unless somebody wanted to negate the policy and say, hold it, we want to review that again. So today, I'm understanding that the motion is to suspend the increase for 2021. That's it. So if there was no motion brought forward in 2022 or just before 2022, the increase would be automatic, as you've suggested, Councillor.
Okay, I accept that this motion actually was a December motion, but we had canceled that meeting, so it's,
Yeah,
I accept that. I guess my worry was that we had made a motion and then it was unilaterally changed.
No, we had, when I read the motion, because I knew the policy kicked in January 1st, it wouldn't have been as much of an issue to me, except that if the motion that was made last year said it suspended for the remainder of 2020, that 2020 increase. And so to me, if on January 1st, 2021, administration without a change to that would bring back the 2020 increase along with CPI plus 1% for 2021. So it would kick back in. Recollecting the discussion we had, and council said, look, during COVID and all of this, we decided we didn't want to have that increase. So I wanted to bring it back here to council so that council could decide if, one, are you going to continue on with holding that 2020 increase that was recommended by policy, as well as the 2021 increase. Further discussion?
Am I currently
Councillor
speaking?
Parslow, go ahead.
Well, the policy, which was a good one, was so that we wouldn't be having this discussion every year. And I think it's what I said earlier will probably kick in when we have the original intent was that we wanted to enable working people to be able to afford the time off, and which they generally have to take part in government in this business. The admin staff, senior admin staff, I'm correct, aren't I, saying that their salaries were frozen in 2020?
Blair?
I apologize, Your Worship. The question.
The question was, Blair, that senior administration staff was frozen in 2020 as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was.
And so what's your assumption for 2021 for senior admin? Stay frozen until there's a resolution, or you bring forward the recommendation?
The way it works under the operation of the city right now is that would be at the CAO's discretion. I'm not trying to sound trite here, as the CAO, so presently, right now, we are in negotiations with QP, for example. There's a lot hinging on that. We have an incredible workforce. We're working with them. So certainly the senior staff, I think, would be following conclusion wherever that lands. That discussion I would then have with my senior staff. No decision has been made for 2021 as far as senior staff increases at all at this point.
Right, so it was your decision that your colleagues would get no pay increase last year, not
Correct.
councils, right?
But it followed closely with council's direction. It would seem very important to me that mayor and council opted to not see an increase come forward for them. We had the discussion amongst senior staff, and there was a feeling that with the uncertain time of COVID, many people not having a job or losing their job, that we made that decision. I made the decision and was supported by my senior staff.
Thank you. Further discussion? Ready for a question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Councillor Parslow opposed. So Blair and I had engaged in some discussions, and Kevin, in regards to the 8th Street Bridge project, and we've been talking about it for a bit in terms of the implications and impacts, but there's been a piece that's kind of popped into there in terms of, as we understand the project, how the project is going to be finished in terms of creek and how the riprap under the creek entering into it and flowing from it. And so part of it is where they're ending at, primarily on the downstream side down by the mall. And so we've been engaging in some conversations with the contractor about that. And so we got some ideas, and we want to bring forward to council to have some discussion about that.
Your Worship, I will just say a few words and then I'll pass it to Kevin. So following the meeting, we had a discussion with the proponent, who is the successful candidate and the bidder on building the bridge on 8th Street, Brocore Construction. Went through the drawings with him. He showed us how far the riprap goes to the east of the road and the west of the road. There was a feeling that if we're going to clean this up, it's going to be a showcase within the city. What would it take to take that riprap and groom the creek banks so that the sight line would be consistent down to the end? He threw some numbers together, worked with us. Again, those numbers, I believe, are confidential. He worked with us on those. But the idea of saying, if this is what the highways is prepared to do, will the city entertain, or does the city want to entertain, going further for the aesthetics of the city, is what it would come down to. So those discussions have taken place. There is a cost associated with it, but Kevin, maybe you want to add on that. Sure. And if we're going to do it, if there was ever a thought of mayor and council to do it, now is the time to do it while they were going to be doing the initial work on that creek, and the bridge.
So through your worship, just to give you a bit of an order of magnitude, what we discussed is that the work, if the city could get the rock, procure the rock, either from a Modi pit or through BC Hydro and the pit in the Pine Pass. So again, these numbers don't include the rock itself. You're probably order of magnitude between $400,000 and $600,000 just to do the work and install, to reshape and install the rock. So the acquiring the rock would be on top of that. And that would give you a pretty good stretch from where the project ends on the east side, downstream, basically to kind of line of sight of where that creek probably, turns, and you'd lose sight of it there. So it'd be a good stretch.
Thanks, Kevin. So basically, the ministry, in terms of how they've got the design, it ends about just a very short distance past the bridge. And so you look back there and you see how the banks are washed and eroded, and so this would give them the opportunity we'd shape it properly and install the riprap and make it look visually appealing and pleasing to that main corridor. So, Councillor Javetkov.
So, does the ownership of the property affect that in any way, both on the north and south side? I don't know how much of that property is private, if it goes right to the creek bank. I think on the north side, it goes right to the creek bank, because there was some work done before with the approval of the owner. But I'm not sure on the south side how much land is available there.
Yes, so through your worship, it is tight there, and especially because over time it has eroded back there. So we would have to work with the property owners to make sure that they're okay with it, assumably that they would view that as an improvement and would work with us on that.
Okay.
Another piece to that then is that's a big impact to that erosion as well, right? And help minimize that risk of erosion down there as well. Councillor Parslow.
So is the main emphasis aesthetics, or is it preservation of the landscape, I suppose, from the point of view of erosion? Or is it 50-50?
I would suggest that a lot of it, the erosion is going to do what it does, as it has for the last 50 years in that area. I would say that it would be, if it's 50-50, that would be fair. Probably more aesthetics, so that you don't see a beautiful landscape 20 meters off the east side of the bridge and then what we see there today. So I would say aesthetics is a lot of that.
And, well, you know, sincere respect to everyone, but can we afford aesthetic things in our financial situation and all the demands we have for money? Where would the money come from? Flood mitigation, or I don't.
That would be a capital outlay, and it would be a council decision. I can't answer, but it goes to beautification is what it would be. Obviously, the erosion of the banks will continue if it isn't done, but we've lived with that for many years now.
Well, just a couple of supplementary questions, if I may, then. So could some of it be offset by the flood mitigation fund as it's stopping erosion? Could it be split 50-50 that way? I'm just speculating. This is the first I've heard of it, so I'm just...
I think that's a reasonable assumption.
Again, just to help for you for getting the right area here. One of the concerns some of us have had was erosion to the Brookside Cemetery for various reasons. And is that captured by this? Am I correct in using the word, what we're doing is armoring the creek?
Armoring, riprap,
Fine,
yeah.
okay. Would this extend and protect the erosion that has occurred at Brookside Cemetery?
It would not go that far. I believe we're talking maximum 250 meters, Kevin?
Okay, thank you.
Down to the corner almost of where the creek flows through there now, and you got the really, you can see the obvious erosion that's going on in the bank by the mall as it's going by the mall there. And so as we were in conversation with, the project in terms of 8th Street and traffic management and all of that, they're gonna start doing some of that creek work in preparation for it. And so if you do it, you gotta do it kind of then, otherwise you can't get into it after he's already in there, so that's why it come forward. Sorry, go ahead.
So just, did I have another supplementary question? The bridge, the Rotary Club put a bridge across the creek. It was Larry Moody's project, you recall, and it got washed away. How far further down was that location to where this riprapping would occur?
Go ahead.
So through your worship, you're speaking of that smaller bridge that was right in behind the mall?
Yes.
Yes, so that washed in 16, that bridge was damaged beyond repair, so it was pulled out. I would say that location to where we were kind of just measuring and this riprap would end off is probably at least another 100 meters, 75 meters downstream.
I'm just thinking about incorporating that. We have that temporary bridge in Kin Park, which was intended to be moved there. I'm just thinking, trying to capture all these things, and so, yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you. Councillor Wilbur?
I think I'm kind of thinking in line with Councillor Parslow, but when this was mentioned, the first thing that came to mind was not so much aesthetics as preserving the walking trail. So it does start there again and run behind the mall and behind, and I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for those lovely NDIT grants to help pay for some of this as preservation of that walking trail. Water's gonna go where water goes, so we can do as much as we want, but to me, when I look at all that erosion, I don't just look at it as, the aesthetic stop. I look at what has happened downstream to the walking trail. So is this an opportunity for us to preserve that portion of the walking trail before it does slough off? Because that really is what it's the next thing it's going to affect is the walking trail between the creek and the mall. So that's how I look at it. I think there's opportunity there under trails and whatever to look at grants, and maybe there's matching funds. But I don't look at it as aesthetics. I look at it as preserving that trail. So, thank you.
And certainly that's the plan for the bridges. It's coming down now, connecting, and it'll go, the walking trail goes
Exactly.
under and then comes back up on top and then winds its way along, as you say. So, Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'm not gonna obviously hold you to this, Kev, but I understand the 800,000 doesn't include the rock. What ballpark, and keeping in mind I'm not gonna hold you to it, how much more money are we talking about when we include the rock, if you had to guess?
We actually don't have a price on the rock, or I don't have it readily available, mainly because we were looking at other avenues that we could maybe source the rock through other means. The rock itself is not cheap.
No.
So if we had to procure the rock, you would at least double this number.
Okay.
If you had to pay for it.
So, further discussion, further comments, further questions for Kevin and Blair? Councillor Wilbur, go ahead.
I would like to explore looking for grants through NDIT for that trail as part of that project, but also to what Kevin has said, perhaps there's opportunity to ask exactly for that rock from BC Hydro or other entities that may have it. I think there's an opportunity here to have this done and not be pulling out of our budget. So that's what I'd like to see happen.
I think the part of the issue of we're facing in timelines is the timeliness of, they're going to start working on that shaping of the creek for the bridge, and I'm looking to administration is that the first step in terms of what council would want? Are you going to do it, and can you move forward first with shaping and then make the decision with respect to riprap, and can you price it separately, or is it, if you're doing it, you do it all?
Yeah. So through your worship, what I understand in the discussions with the contractor is that they are going to be bringing some rock to site now and staging it, but they're not going to do the shaping until, I think, sometime into the spring, summer, just by nature of their timing of their work. They did indicate that you could do that shaping work, the additional work, if we wanted to. We could do it right now. It would actually be, from their perspective, an opportune time to do it before spring freshet. So there's options. You can do it, and you can do it in stages. If you have to handle the rock more than once, then it gets, that adds price. But yeah, the shaping could be done sooner. The rock could come later. There's different ways.
Okay. Administration, Blair?
Your Worship, we can do some investigating to see if there are any grant opportunities, but I will go back to what I said earlier. If we find a grant opportunity and we haven't secured the funding within our budget, the grant opportunity would mean nothing. So what maybe step outside and assume that there's a willingness to have something looked at here. If there's a grant opportunity, we would have to reach into our capital reserve, if that's a possibility. I'm sure we could find the money, but again, going to the work of securing a grant, we want to ensure that to do that work, and it will take administration some work, that there's a willingness of council then to meet our obligation if that grant's available to us. That's, I guess, what I'm looking for from council. And it doesn't have to be the entire 250 meters. It may very well be that what council can afford would be half of that, for instance. I just throw that out as well.
Councillor Javetkov?
My initial thoughts are that it's beyond our means at this point. We're struggling right now to deal with the issues we've got, and just the numbers that Kevin's talking about. And if we include installation of the bridge and all that, we're looking probably well over $2 million. So we don't have $2 million kicking around, and if we did, we've got lots of other priorities. For example, this year, again, we're shorting our road maintenance, our street maintenance. It was recommended in the 2015 study that we do $3.5 million worth of work annually. This year again, we're doing $3 million. So, you know, although it's great, you know, and I'm all for tagging on to these projects and trying to use some efficiencies and stuff, but in a case like that where, you know, we're talking $2 million or more, it's just beyond our means. And it's not like the end of the world because, you know, if sometime in the future we have the money, you can still do that project. It's, you know, it's not a one-shot deal. The only benefit to doing it immediately is maybe some mob and demob savings with the existing contractor.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow?
No, Councillor Javetkov said pretty in his own words what the sentiments I was trying to express.
Thank you. Okay, so don't see a motion. We're moving on. Darcy and brought forward the issue of city committees, and council had give the support to bring it back here, and I'm assuming, Darcy, for you to bring now a report back to council at the next meeting for some recommendations and ideas that you have in moving forward with some of the concepts of community committees.
Okay, thank you. So do you need anything from me right now?
No, I think we've
Or
got a
just-
motion for council to deal with, and our council have any questions or further comments, concerns? Councillor Javetkov?
I didn't comment on it before because I agreed with bringing it forward for a motion now, but my only concern is that a lot of these committees, and I've seen a number of them over the years, the assumption is that the city has got a bottomless bank account and, just start writing up what you want. And the city will look after covering it off. And we've seen many examples of that, and that doesn't work. A committee, for example, a committee to improve the beautification of 8th Street, if that committee is looking at funding sources on their own, for example, doing fundraisers, selling a bake sale or something like that, that's great. But I think the city has to be somewhat removed from it because of this notion that, the city has a big bank account and will fund it. That's my only concern with it. I agree with the concept of, getting some committees generated around town, like for example, we could have committees, or a committee that looks at adopting a park, for example, those kind of things. And I support that 100%. I think there's all kinds of room for a young, energetic guy to take this on and run with it, as opposed to an old guy that's not very energetic. But that's my only concern.
No names.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further conversation, discussion? Councillor Parslow?
Well, what Councillor Backcroft just said sparks me into this, because I remember a council, before I was on council, I'm forgetting who was mayor, it might have been Calvin Kirk, but there was a time when Brent Newman was on council. And anyway, the council of that day decided to a conclusion that they were having all these requests from different committees, that they didn't know what were the top priorities of the community as a whole. And that led to the request for me if I would conduct a community consultation session, cross all these groups to come up with some priorities. And that's how the multiplex came as the top thing that the community wanted. So you were on that council, Councillor Jivatkov, at that time. And my concern is, you've got to really set some very tight parameters on these committees, because if they're expecting that we are going to follow their recommendations and requests, then you build in a false expectation. So the parameters for these committees need to be very clear, because if people suddenly realize, well, what they want to do isn't going to be supported by council, then they become disillusioned, and then the overall experience becomes a negative. But if they're going to be, through that committee, an opportunity to do something of their own volition, then that's a different thing. So having clear expectations is very, very important.
Thank you. And I guess that'll be Councillor Dober will bring that report back, and council will give that consideration to recommendations and how the committee structure and terms of reference and all of those types of things can be provided as input into that. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. One last item that just popped up on us, and that was the Rotary Club have asked for use of the electronic reader board to advertise their auction. And the reader board is out front, is just for city functions. Blair?
Your Worship, that has been the intent of our electronic reader board that is right on Lask Avenue. For some time, we put forward all of city's functions, the Parks and Rec functions, budget meetings, for example. The Rotary Clubs of Dawson Creek host the Rotary Auction each year. They have requested the ability to put that on this reader board as well, to say the dates and the times, whatever that would read. But it is outside of what we've done in the past, and I wanted to bring it to yourself to see what council's wishes were.
Councillor Wilbur?
The conundrum of signs. The Rotary's a great group, but I would suggest that there are a lot of businesses that we have said, you have an electronic sign, you can promote not-for-profit groups, events, registration, that kind of stuff. I feel that if we were to allow the Rotary to put it on our sign, we are then opening up a can of worms for every group in town that has an event or a function asking us to do that. I would suggest that they reach out to, I know the Multiplex did it for another group. I know that the laundry, the dry cleaners do it on their sign for other groups. So from my perspective, I think if we allow the Rotary to put it on our sign, then in due diligence, we now have to explain to everyone else why we're not if we say no. I think keep it fair. We've gone through the sign bylaw, we've made changes, we've varied, we've let's on something stay the course. And so good on the Rotary for doing this. That really helps the community and their organization, but I think there's other opportunities for them to electronically advertise their event.
Thank you. Councillor Earl?
I agree with Councillor Wilbur. What we do for one, we have to do for all. And as much as I support the Rotary and the work they do, I think on this one we should maintain some consistency. What I would recommend, if you're speaking with them, is I know a guy at the credit union who would be happy to put their advertisement on their digital sign.
Thank you. Thank you. That's it. Oh, no. So Amy had a motion as well that we're going to ask for a report back from Community Services in regards to some of those programs that we fund. And so, Amy, did you want to provide some input into that?
Sure, thank you. I was just, the Parks and Rec does a great job. So in the report, I was actually just asking to home in on the stuff that's advertised for free. So those type of things. My assumption is they're done through grants or sponsored and that type of thing. So I was just hoping to have a report back on those particular programs and where the cost is covered from, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Administration, Ross?
Thank you, through your worship. Would be pleased to do that, and I think you are correct. Sponsorship and programs sponsored through the BC Recreation and Parks Association are typically those three programs. They are funded from various sources. So we can bring that back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Russ. Thank you, Amy. So motion to accept that recommendation has been made. Councillor Javetkov, go ahead.
I just wondered if you could include the composition of these activities, the rural versus city, because that's a factor as well in covering the costs. Eh?
Thank you, through your worship. So perhaps some clarification, Councillor. The actual attendees, rural versus?
Yeah, like the participation in the activities. There's participants from rural and participants from the city.
Right.
The city seems to be covering all the costs. It's just a factor that I thought would be interesting in the report.
And we have done some very recent work on those statistics, so I believe we can bring most of that back for you.
Good, thank you. Further comments, further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried, thank you. And so with that, that gets us through our mayor's business up to our CAO report. And so now I'd like to move back to 711 and 712, where we're going to deal with our chief financial officer, starting with 711, report number 21006, regarding our 2021 property tax information. Councillor Earl, so good job, thank you.
Move for discussion.
Habits, old habits.
Yeah.
Moves to receive for discussion. Second, Councillor Kemp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Did you want to start out, or?
I can.
Thank you.
So great report, as always. Really interesting, certainly, to see the comparables year over year with respect to our market and non-market assessment is a little sobering, and certainly, I think, reaffirms the need for us to focus on our financial operational spending versus capital, and I think support some of the moves we've made there. Yeah, just really, really good work. I'd encourage anybody watching to seek this information out if you're looking for part of the reason as to why we are somewhat challenged in our finances of late. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion, comments? Administration, Flavia, do you want to give a bit of any comments at all?
So, through your worship, yeah, I think the reports try to highlight the reasons for the recent changes, comparing November preview with the completed rows. This is the phase where BC assessment gives us a little more information. From here, we are able to understand the trend of market and no-market. So we address this on the report, and we also try to provide a comparison with our key classes, residential and business. And also we do compare major industry and light industry with other locations. What's the average of rates that are available there comparing to the rates that we applied here? So if you have any specific question regarding to this, I'm also available.
Thank you, Flavia. Yeah. Does anybody have any further questions? Councillor Parker?
I don't have a question, but I feel led to read this statement because it's a beautiful conclusion. I hate to use a Donald Trump word, but it's a beautiful summary conclusion here. And it captures really what has been going on. And when I read it, I thought to myself, wow, this is nicely stated. So I'm going to read it because for me it really captures, I think, an important all the trends that have happened over the past several years. The City of Dawson Creek's growing tax levy has been supported by the growth in assessment value, both in market increases and new construction. Furthermore, in recent years, the tax burden of the city has been shifting away from industry, light and major, thereby shifting the burden on other classes like residents and small businesses. The approach previously used of historical reduction of mill rate due to an increase in assessment value should be reassessed, since the increase in operational expenditures in the last several years was subsidized by the use of PRA operating allocations instead of by the mill rate increase opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion, further comments? Go ahead, Blair.
Your Worship, just I want to say thank you to Flavia and her team, first of all, and to yourselves. I mean, a great deal of work goes into the development of any budget. Our municipal budget, we're ahead of the curve this year. Obviously, we made a decision a couple of years ago, Mayor and Council, that we wanted to try and get to a position as close to the final budget as possible sooner rather than later in the year, because there are times when a quarter of the year's gone by and we're then adopting the budget. For anybody that expresses an interest in city finances, it's difficult at the best of times. I think for Mayor and Council, it is a great deal of work to get into the budget, understand it from page to page. This report is as good a report as I've seen presented to Mayor and Council. And for the public, I would encourage them to, if they have that interest, to have a look at this. And if you have questions, I'm sure I can speak for Mayor and Council that they would entertain those to answer where they could, or ourselves in administration. But it is a very fine report that lays out where we're at today. There's some history as to how we got here and where we're going in the future. So again, Flavia, thank you. And to the residents that are watching and those that will pick up on this later, I encourage you to take some time to go through this document and the next one we're about to speak to.
Thanks, Blair. There are two or three things to me that I'm always really kind of interested to watch. That residential tax rate in terms of assessed value and average. And our community has been extremely stable over the years in terms of not having faced any kind of a major up or down. I bet if we looked at our average property tax residential rate over the last 10 or 15 years, it's been extremely stable, 1%, 2% year over year growth in that. We haven't seen declines. And so when I looked at this year's on there, it's kind of striking to me that the Northeast, almost every community with the exception of Chetwynd, faced a decrease in the average assessed value of residential. The Caribou is seeing a pretty big increase in residential, and certainly the West Terrace, Rupert, Kitimat are seeing that same trend of the activity. And I look at our communities around us, and Taylor and Tumbler Ridge and Fort St. John and Pouce, everybody's faced a little bit of a 1 or 2% drop in it. So I think that's a real nice signal to us and to people who are looking at our community that residential assessment is very, very stable for our community. And the other one that was evident to me was our industrial tax rate under light industry. And I think we still got some stuff to do there to look at, because we've allowed that over the years, that heavy industry, commercial and light industry rate, where it was amalgamated and merged into one rate, and we addressed it with heavy industry. We're managing along on commercial, but that light industry rate is still one that I think we should do a little bit of look at this year. But on that same right, it was just really, really valuable information, helpful for us to understand the decisions we're going to be making as it relates to the tax bill that our residents and businesses are going to receive. So, Fabio, great job. Thank you. Any further conversation? Any other comments? Thank you. 7.12, we have report number 21007 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding our 5-year financial plan, draft 3 budget report. Councillor Wilbur, move for discussion. Councillor Earl, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. I love when you get to hit your button.
Get to hit your button.
Councillor Wilbur?
It's like Christmas, green, red, green, red. Actually, as the one that we just looked at, Flavia, thank you so much. Like, having been away, it was easy to keep up, and I just really want to thank you and your team for putting this together and providing the information to council. It's very clear and legible, and so really, I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Council? So for me too, commercial, that industry, heavy industry, I'm worried about Air Liquide and obviously the impacts that may generate on us. And I'm happy to see you starting to put a little aside in the event that we have something impact us there. Part of what we did, and I don't know if this is the time to mention it or not, but part of what we were able to do in 2020 was we buffered residential and commercial businesses by that tax, property tax penalty July 1st. And so we put 2%, well, I think 6% in October for business and then 2% after that. And then we went 2% for residential through the year. And so one of the questions I have is that an opportunity for us to review and look at for 2021 again, or is that, I was talking to Blair about, is that an aspect under the community charter that we need the minister's approval in order to do that?
So through your worship, actually it's a council decision. You can continue. We would just issue a new bylaw. But it's definitely under council decision. How would you like to recover the 10% penalty, which could be the same way we did before, or like we had two different schemes. We had one 6% for business starting in October, but that was demanded by the province, and then the 2% split in 5 months. We could do split 5 months for every class. That option is there.
Okay, so one of the things, I guess, everything we see and hear about the recovery of the COVID recovery plan, and they say it's probably not going to impact us seriously until you start to see July, August, September, where they feel that the recovery of COVID through vaccination, et cetera, will start to impact. I'm still worried about the hotel sector. We've got a lot of businesses that have done, honestly, very, very well through COVID, and our local businesses, shop local and things like that. We got businesses that are struggling, but if we see some of that recovery start in June, July, August, particularly if we have some projects start in that capital projects that may positively impact our hotels and stuff, they're still not going to feel the recovery of that cash flow into their businesses probably until September, October. And so I'd really like us to think about that as an option and a strategy to help our business and residents maybe manage that tax penalty like we did in 2020. But then it's cash flow for us as well in terms of how do we manage that cash flow by not having it come in July 1st. But I just think it's worthy of us having a conversation if we can and look at the impacts of that for 2021 to see if it's possible to implement for business and residents this year. Go ahead, Blair.
Your worship, I think what I'm here, if you would like, we can bring something back, the impact, what it would mean to us. I mean, there's obviously dollars in the budget based on penalty on historic averages and so on, but even though this past year with the impact of COVID, I was quite astounded at the high percentage of people that paid on time. And for those that couldn't, I know that the waiving of the penalty and phasing of it was helpful for them.
Yeah.
But I think we could pull something together, Flavia, and bring it back for your consideration to look at anyway.
I raised it, and I was planning to maybe bring it back in the form of a motion, but I just wanted to bring it to council as a topic that I wouldn't mind us consider. So next up, we have Councillor Dober.
I'm just, I sent an email out on the weekend just in regards to some of the stuff in the budget. Is this something we're talking about now, or is that in closed later? I'm just.
Nope, now. Yep, you can bring it up now, Darcy. Councillor
So I can
Dober.
talk about, well, I did send an email out to council just to kind of, I knew this meeting was be busy, but going through the budget, there was just 5 areas that I had some questions about. So I don't know what's the easiest, if I bring them up one at a time right now, or
Yeah, do that. There's just Councillor Dover, just bring them up one at a
First
time.
was the
And
Lakota Center rehabilitation. It's in the budget to, I guess there's some structural damage and some things that have happened in there, and the washrooms are unusable. I just want to be, know that the fix that we're doing there is not just putting a Band-Aid on it, that we're fixing the problem, from future problems happening. Because I've seen pictures, and then I've talked to a few people that are on, use the facility, and they said it's pretty bad. So I just want to make sure that we're fixing it properly, not just putting a Band-Aid on it. So I guess to Kevin, I don't know much more about it than that, but what the plan was there.
Ross?
Or Ross, sorry.
Thank you, Councillor. Through your worship, we did conduct and received an engineering report from Force late last year, and yes, there are some very serious concerns in the Lakota Center. The $100,000 that's budgeted would, we hope, enable us to get the central part of the building, the offices, washrooms, kitchen, what have you, back open again. The Force report did suggest that ultimately costs could be as high as $800,000 or $900,000 at the end of the day, but we're not there. We have met with Urban Systems as recently as last week, and we will be bringing back options to council for further mitigation in that building, but the 100 really is focused on getting that building back open and getting those users able to use their office, washrooms, what have you.
So we're going to spend $100,000 to get it back so they can use it, but it doesn't fix the problem. So is that what I'm understanding? Like that problem could arise again in another year, and then we're going to have the washrooms closed again. Like, aren't we better just to, if it's $800,000 to do it properly, then at least put that into capital expenses, so we, we're not surprised later on that, it's going to be more money?
Thank you, through your worship. I don't believe we will spend any money on the center if the reports and information suggest that we're going to have the same issue. I think that the $100,000, assuming we can remediate the steel beams, the drywall, plumbing, what have you, assuming we can do that without having a repeat failure, we would go ahead and do that. But at some point in time, we will have further information to go on to look at drainage. Again, we were looking at it as recently as last week, doing some ditching. I think, I'm not sure that we got some holes drilled last week. We were going to do some geotechnical work. So we're not going to spend that money if it appears that we're going to have the same situation next year. We will be bringing back further recommendations to council for a more comprehensive look at that building. And again, that could be significantly higher than the 100,000.
Okay.
Blair?
I guess, Councillor Dover, just following up on what Ross said, I think it's clear there's apparently it appears to be a water issue. I think that's fair. We've had some challenges down there in the Lakota end of it. Particularly, what we've got is we've put $100,000 in this year's capital, but to spend it, and I think Ross has answered this, I'll answer. We won't spend $100,000 this year to get them back in those facilities if 6 months later we're spending another $100,000. There's a great deal of work that's been done. I think diversion of water is a key issue, whether that's some sumps or drainage, but we will have the ability to repair that facility once rather than fix it once and go back and fix the same thing again. It will not be our intent to spend this $100,000 if we're not confident that we are fixing the problem. So.
Well, thank you. And obviously I trust and respect, what you guys are doing. When I seen the 100,000 and then talked to a few people down there with the issues and being involved in a lot of construction projects, 100,000 doesn't go that far, so that's why I just raised the question.
All right.
Thank you.
And then my next one would be GC 2129 is the Canada Event Center equipment repairs. So I think that was, the hot water tank. So I've just dealt with this where we, have commercial graded industrial hot water tanks in our businesses, and they last about 7 to 10 years, and you got to replace them. But we've started switching to hot water on demand units. You got to be a little bit more proactive because they take a little bit longer to come in and a bit more work to it. But the cost is fairly similar, and there's not a lot of maintenance to hot water on demand. There's some things you need to do yearly, but they've held up really well for us, and we use a massive amount of water. So I just kind of wanted to bring that up I'm thinking Kevin would look after that, but I wasn't sure if he's already done some research on that, but I just thought it might be something to look into and, spend the same amount of money and fix it properly at the beginning, but it was just a thought.
Ross?
Thank you, through your worship. I will have that conversation with Dustin and just see what those specifications look like.
Thank you.
Okay. Then my other one was the kitchen equipment in the Canada Event Center. I think we had $75,000. So in the budget book, it says kitchen equipment, but after doing a little bit of research and meeting with Dustin at the event center, it's more than kitchen equipment. There's chairs for the Mercer Hall, plexiglass to be installed, and all the concession areas to meet the new COVID restrictions. My thoughts on this is that we would hold off on some of this because we don't even know if the event center is going to be active this year, like with the restrictions, as well. The plexiglass. There's lots of grants out there right now to help businesses along with this. So my suggestion would be that Dustin and the Canada Event Center look at applying for some of the grants, as well. The chairs for the Mercer Hall, I think is more of a we would like, not a we need. So just considering the state we're in right now, and I know capital expenses don't hit our income statement, but my thoughts would be we would hold off on some of this until one, the event center's back operating, or they've applied for some grants and they only cover a certain amount, and then they could come back.
Thanks, Darcy.
Sorry.
No, thank you. So to me, the only piece of that to me is when the restrictions start to loosen, when the noose starts to loosen on capacity from 50 to 200 or to 250, the very first place we're going to have people paying to go through the doors at the Canada Event Center will be into our Mercer Hall, because that's the only place that we can accommodate smaller events and venues. So I just want to make sure whatever it is that we're planning to do for Mercer Hall, that we can accommodate that as well in relation to the reopening, because I think it's not going to be events. They're going to, when it reopens, they're not going to say, okay, you're good to have 3,000 people. They're going to loosen that noose up and say you can go from 50 to 250. We want to be able to have Mercer Hall have Dirk's Bentley or whoever come in and be able to put on an event in Mercer Hall. So I don't know what that requirement would be for chairs and all that stuff. Councillor Dover, that's my only I want to make sure we're ready for that.
Yeah, for sure, and me too as well. Mayor. But the chairs they already have enough chairs. The purpose for the chairs was so they didn't have to move chairs from one spot to another. So if it's just Mercer Hall that opens right away, they would have the chairs for that.
Sure. Good. Okay. Thanks, Darcy. Councillor Dover. Go ahead.
I had two more things. I'll just rush through them.
Sure. No, go ahead.
To Kevin, the hydrovac truck, which is EP 2101, is about the city purchasing a hydrovac truck. My initial thoughts of this, or what I would want to see, is what we're spending on renting a hydrovac truck annually versus buying one. I know that they cost upwards of $500,000 to buy, and I would, I like that, you know, in the way our industry is around this town and it's quieter, that we can support some local oil and gas businesses and give them the opportunity to do the work. They're professionals at it. They do it all the time. They're paid hourly. They'd be efficient. So I would just want some more information before we purchased, you know, a $500,000 truck, that it makes sense for the city. Because I think it goes to, like, you know, the electrical contract with the city. One of their stipulations is they have a bucket truck. So do we then next buy a bucket truck so that they don't get the work? Like, I just want to, you know, that's kind of where my thinking is. I don't know if I agree with it until I see more of the information on what it costs.
Kevin?
Yeah, so through your worship, on the hydrovac, we currently use our own hydrovac. We have one. It's a smaller one, and we use it for sewer flushing as well. But it is our probably single most utilized piece of equipment in our fleet. And we honestly do a lot of hydro digs. The challenge is that in cold weather, such as we have today, our truck can't go out there in the, it'll freeze up on us because it's not equipped to go in super cold temperatures. So we do, hire contractors, but at $300 or $400 plus an hour, it gets extremely expensive to do so. So we want to better equip ourselves with our own all-weather truck. Like I say, we use it extensively because nowadays most people do almost all excavations in a kind of a non-destructive manner rather than risking digging into something. So pretty much everybody uses hydrovac. So we do use one currently. We use it a lot. Our staff are trained to do so. And so this is just trying to be a little more efficient and cost conscious without having to hire contractors as much.
Any idea how many hours a year would be on that truck? Like whenever you get used? Does it track it on an hourly?
Yeah, we would have it. Basically, what I know to be true, talking with my crew and stuff, is every day that it's above zero, it's moving. We're doing something with it, whether it's flushing a sewer or digging or whatever. So it's pretty much nonstop.
Okay, thank you.
Evan, do you have like how much we spent last year on renting hydrovac?
I can certainly get that information for you fairly quickly. I'll just ask my staff to pull that together.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. And then I just had one other thing. Just the Kin Arena sports floor. Like, I think it's a huge thing and amazing for our community to have a facility that we can use for indoor soccer and other activities. But from my understanding of the Kin Arena sports floor, is it's budgeted to be put in during the summer months, and then used for hockey in the winter, which to me is a bit concerning because we live in a beautiful area in the summer. I couldn't see it being utilized much if that's
space. Narrator, one running window is requesting attention. Group, regular meeting of council with Cal January 25th, right?
That wasn't me. That's why I make that clear.
But regular meeting of council with Cal January. But regular meeting of council with Cal January regular meeting of council with Cal January 25th, 2021. Click share app window.
Run for your life.
She's gonna blow.
We just lost her.
Zoom meeting window.
Oh, there.
Zoom meeting window. Zoom meeting window. Unmute my audio with Alt+A, or press and hold the space key to temporary meeting tools. Unmute. Currently mute.
We'll just take a 5-minute recess while we get this fixed.
A.
Hello, Darcy. Councillor Dober, we're back. And so we dealt with you had one more item, Councillor Dober, you wanted to raise?
Yeah, I just wanted some clarification on the Kin Arena sports floor.
All right, good.
From what my understanding when talking to a few staff at City Hall, that it was designed just to be in the summer months. So my thoughts would be, if that was the thing, that didn't make a lot of sense to me, maybe there would be a different venue that we could look at, that we could put it in the winter time and it would get utilized in the winter months, where the citizens of Dawson would probably use it a lot more than in the summer. So I don't know who that would be towards, to get some clarification.
So Ross or Blair? Ross?
Thank you. Through your worship, this item actually goes back to a decision made July 27th. Council directed staff to close the Kin Arena for the winter months and come back with a report around dry floor options for that building. I still owe you that report, but it was at the same time we were working on our 2021 capital budget, so I had staff prepare a quotation for floors. It was put into the budget as a placeholder. It was to be in there full-time, that was the intent. Subsequently, we did put the ice back in the Kin Arena, but I've had further discussions with the regional district. Trish approached me last summer regarding some form of indoor floor, and that they had identified they may have some funding for that. And we had a subsequent meeting with Trish and Aaron Powell, who represents Dawson Creek Volleyball, and there appears to be a significant need for some form of gym floor. The other thing that was taking place at the same time was my discussions with Dustin at the Encana and some conversation around public good and the fact that the Encana Center would be available to put something like that in, on a regular basis. So it's still in there because I believe there are some options and some different places that we could put that floor, but that's where it stands today.
Thank you, Ross. Councillor
Okay,
Dober,
thank you. Thank you. So, can I make a motion right now, or how? Sorry.
We're just in discussion right now, Councillor,
okay.
but I'm sure if we'll go around the table and just see if there's any further discussion, and then we've got some motions that we need to address, and we're happy to entertain it at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow.
Well, thank you, Dustin. I appreciated getting your email this weekend. And I certainly, I'm sure this isn't needed, but I've certainly seen the city vacuum truck many, many times doing different things. So I know it's well used. The dry floor issue is a big one. I constantly get people talking to me about the need for that somewhere, for different sports, that some sports are overserved in their view and others are neglected altogether. But I've been sitting in the hot tub at the swimming pool quite frequently, and a couple of guys have been talking to me, both of them business guys, about the Encana Event Center. And being more used by the community for community events. So I think there's some, at least in some people's eyes, a leaning towards that. So as it relates to this report, I'm just eager to get onto the recommendations, but appreciate the time for everybody to speak. Sudetenland Hall is being looked after, I know, and through grant stuff. But I was a little perturbed when I heard about the $900,000 for the Lakota. And we get different opinions when we get more information, right? So I'd heard there were serious problems, and then I got the impression that it was $100,000 figure was there, right? But it's the first I've heard that it's 900,000. That's a significant concern, and I wonder if part of that problem was generated by cutting corners to save money with the original building. Just to refresh my memory, no weeping tiles, was that right? No drainage around the parts of that building? Is that a factual statement to make?
So, through your worship, what I can tell you is originally there was no weeping tile, and a number of years ago, so 5, 6, we did install weeping tile around the multiplex in Lakota, because I think the pool did have it, but the multiplex arena in Lakota did not. So we did install that along with some sumps, and that has helped quite a bit. At the time, there was significant movement in the multiplex in a number of areas, and that has subsided considerably with that drainage that was installed.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Further discussions, further comments? So we've got some recommendations. Let's go to recommendation number 2.
Tonight.
So I just need, yep.
There we are. Okay, so recommendation 2, I'd like to move that the forecast assumptions used in preparing the 5-year financial plan as presented within report number 21-007 from the CFO be approved, and that council confirms if the market change reduction, that the market change reduction will be adjusted in the current proposed mill rate.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Javetkov, discussion?
Speak to that.
Go ahead.
It's been discussed before that we should do this, that we should be more concerned about the yield rather than the other parts that generate the yield. We want the yield to be the main thing we focus on. So this part supports that hope.
Thank you. Further discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Recommendation number 3, and this speaks to the excess, $570,000 excess in the Peace River Agreement annual grant for 2021 was $570,000 in excess of what we had originally budgeted for. So we have 3 decisions: maintain that excess balance in the operating revenue, or allocate the excess balance into capital, or move 50% of the excess balance to capital and keep 50% in the operating revenue. So we'll move. Councillor Javetkov, go ahead.
So my preference is to allocate the excess balance to capital, and specifically to bolster our road maintenance or paving program, to bring it up from around 3 point some million up to about 33.5 million. Part of that rationale is to invest some money into the engineering aspects for developing a 4-year program. So that would be my preference. Now, do you want that as a motion, or do you want to discuss it further?
Well, I think the motion is that we have 3 choices here as recommended by administration, and so you're saying you want to allocate the excess balance to capital and have that capital dedicated towards our paving programs.
Yeah.
So that's moved by Councillor Javetkov, seconded. Councillor Parslow, discussion?
I'd like to make an amendment to.
Okay, I've just got Councillor Earl first, and then Blair, and then you can.
Thank you, Your Worship. With respects to Councillor Javetkov's motion, looking at the budget, it does appear we've got $500,000 in capital already allocated to development of paving projects into the future. Is it my understanding that we want to up that to $1 million with this excess revenue, or I'm fully in support of allocating the funds to capital. I just want to make sure we're not doing something that's redundant in the budget.
Blair?
We do, through Your Worship, we do and have allocated $500,000 through the direction that we've taken that will be utilized in helping develop for the 4-year $20 million capital spend that council has moved towards on that. That's there already. I understand Councillor Javetkov is saying he would like it to be moved to capital, which could be used for projects. If it wasn't used, it would go into our reserve, which is quite low at the present time, I would suggest. So, because it's there does not mean you have to spend it, I guess is what I would suggest at this point.
Councillor Javetkov?
Yeah, that's my point, I guess. We're recommended to invest $3.5 million a year. We've got $3 million. This money would bring that up to the recommended investment. As far as the engineering money to develop that 4-year program, I understood that $500,000 wasn't going to be enough to develop all 4 projects. So, I would like to see the money invested in paving. If we don't have the capacity, staff-wise, to do all the engineering projects or carry out that 4-year project like all in one contract, then those are decisions that administration has to make. But I don't want to see they're not done because of a shortage of money. If that $500,000 surplus in PRA is there, let's consider that as a source, as long as you're able to use it for that. And like you say, I guess if you're not able, then, whatever surplus there would be would go into a reserve, capital reserve.
Thank you.
I would accomplish.
Honestly, I'm really happy to see us have the capacity of increasing the PRA. But I'm worried about reserves, and I really like the idea of having us starting to build that capital reserve for us in the event that, Blair talked earlier about we need, so we got an opportunity at a grant, but we have no matching money for it. And so to me, for us to be able to start to build that reserve for our future is such a healthy position, and we need to be building reserves, and this gives us the opportunity of being prudent about what we've done, and we put it into the work in, and now we've got a $500,000 excess in our PRA allocation that we didn't expect. For me, I really like the idea of us starting to build reserves. Councillor Wilbur?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to see it allocated to capital, but at the same time, I would rather see that it goes reserve and not be specified to something specific. We have a lot ahead of us, and who knows what's around the corner. So I like the idea of just putting it in the reserve, and then we look at it as we need it, not tagging it to a specific item.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow?
Well, I wanted to make an amendment to the motion, and it's wonderful. It's aligned with what you've said and Councillor Wilbur, right? That the amendment would be allocate the excess balance to capital, and the amendment I would like to make is and the funds be placed in capital reserve.
Okay. Thank
Is
you.
that an allowable amendment, I'm wondering?
Yep. Seconder, do I have a seconder? Councillor Wilbur? Further discussion, Councillor Javetkov?
So that would be option D,
Yeah?
not option C.
Not C. No. No. Madam wanted to go to operating. Reserve.
Right on.
Further discussion? Council? Blair?
Your worship, just for clarity, so either would work, the amendment, or if it went to under, as Councillor Javetkov has said, the excess balance to capital, it doesn't mean you have to use it. I understand the 3.5 million isn't met in 21. The years out, though, I think will exceed that because of a decision of mayor and council to proceed with some pretty significant capital projects in the years ahead. So when you look at our surplus, there's no question that we need to do some work on that and get our budgets back in, I think, a little healthier position. This could be, if it went to capital and you wanted to use it, we would have that ability to bring that back, should this motion pass, to say we would like to access the reserve. And that's what it would do for us.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment? We put to capital reserve. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And on the amendment? On the main motion. Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Recommendation number 4, the council authorize staff to start the tendering process for the new 2021 capital projects. Councillor Wilbur, Councillor Javetkov, any discussion? Councillor Parslow, go ahead.
I love that we're able to do that.
Sorry?
I love that we're able to
Yeah.
do that.
Good job. Exactly. Councillor Dvekoff?
Yeah, I just have to comment that, in the last couple of years, not me, but Flavia and
Wasn't
the
us.
administration has brought this decision so much earlier in the year, and it's, I think it's just huge for getting stuff done.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'd be doing this in normally April or May.
Yeah.
Right? Good, thank you. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to make note, Councillor Dober was intending to put forward a motion. I just want to make sure that recommendation 4 isn't going to undermine his ability to put forward that motion. I don't know if it was with respect to capital there, Darcy, or?
Well, we'll bring that back forward under, because
Yeah, I know, but if we give authorization to put what's on that list out to tender, and he brings it back that he wants to cut an item from that list, I just not sure, I guess, point of order, what have you. Sorry.
Go ahead, Councillor Dober, do you want to speak to it?
Well, I guess my only motion would be just on the, I'm sorry, I'm just pulling it up on the computer here. Would just be on the kitchen equipment at the event center that I don't know if we should be replacing chairs and plexiglass right now. And I think plexiglass should, I don't know the lease of the event center either with the city, but it would be under my assumption that the Canada Event Center would look at installing the plexiglass and getting a grant for that. I don't, it seems like I know there's grants out there for this, so I'm not sure why we would pay for that. If they can't get a full grant, then we could look at it. And then the other part, after talking with Dustin, the chairs for the Co-op Mercer Hall they're not needed. They would like, because then they don't have to move chairs back and forth. But to your point, Mayor, if we open first with 250 seats, they'll still have those seats.
Sure.
So, my motion would have been to hold off on those and just replace the 2 pieces of kitchen equipment for the $10,000 that they are. So I don't know if now's the time I do that or I do it afterwards.
Well, we have a motion right now that we're just giving administration the authorization to go to the tender process for some of those 2021 capital projects. Administration will bring those ones back that they're going to move forward with immediately with the paving and all those other ones. I don't know that those other ones that you're concerned with at this point would be included in that, because you're going to bring that report back to council for approval. Blair?
Your Worship, for clarity, if this motion is continued on discussion and passes, and Councillor Dober moves a motion similar to the discussion that I'm hearing, and it passes, you're still good. This motion does not mean every single thing has to go to tender. It can be changed within moments following that. Just so clear.
Administration are going to bring back the report on the tender for the vac truck. You're going to bring that back in terms of how the report, you're going to move it forward for that and for council's approval. You're going to move forward with those tendering process, right? So council's not giving them the approval to go ahead and buy this stuff now at this point. Blair? Sorry.
Your Worship, I think at this time, if it was to pass, just as we see it, I'm not sure the Encana seat replace is coming back here. We've approved it in the capital budget. Should it proceed, so that wouldn't. Your paving certainly would, but the ones that were referred to by Councillor Dober, I'm not sure would be back before this body to say, because we've had this discussion, once we approve that capital, there are a number of things that administration will move on, one being the Encana Center on that capital.
So now, I guess that's these guys can bring back a motion to say, wait a minute, I'm not in favor of
immediately
this,
following
right?
this,
Right.
yes, sorry, I'll stop talking.
Yeah. Councillor Dvekoff.
So if Darcy's making that motion to exclude those 2 items from the capital request for the Encana Center, I would be willing to second that.
Okay, so we just have a motion on the floor right now, so we'll bring that forward of anything that anybody wants to say, look, we want to have further discussion on this item, or we want to exclude this item, I'm happy to bring that forward as a second motion behind this. All we're doing at this point is giving these guys approval for those, and if you guys say, look, as Darcy said, I don't think we should be moving forward with the water heater or the chairs or that, then let's bring them forward. Councillor Parslow?
Exactly.
Thank you.
So let's vote and then we'll do the other one.
So any further discussion on the motion to move forward with the capital project approval? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And now, does anybody have a motion that they'd like to bring forward? Councillor Dober?
Sorry for making this so confusing.
No, it's good.
I'm learning still. I guess I would just like to make a motion that under the capital budget GC 2130, the Canada Event Center kitchen equipment that we get, how would I word this? That we get quotes on replacing the equipment that needs to be done. But as for the plexiglass install, and then the chairs to the Co-op Mercer Hall, that those be removed from the budget, or once they apply for the grants from the plexiglass, if there's a difference that needs to be made up, it gets brought to council at that point.
Okay. So a motion that we remove GC 2130 from the approval of the capital projects, and a report come back from administration on funding and the requirements for the replacement of those items. Brenda?
Yeah, through your worship, I believe there was 3 different aspects of that. So, and one was not going to be removed from the budget. The kitchen equipment, is that correct? Yeah.
But I think I think they were all included in 2130, weren't they?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. My understanding, so that's why.
So you wanted to hold back all 3?
Yeah.
Until
administration bring a report back. Councillor Dober?
Yes.
I just want to make sure we're clear on what your motion is that you're directing, or you wish to have directed.
Well, I just think out of that budget category, so it's all in one, that the chairs and the plexiglass be removed. The kitchen equipment still stay in there.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the best way to word that motion is.
And so you're asking us to have administration bring back a report on the funding, if there was grants available to help fund some of it?
Well, to clarify, I don't know the lease with the event center, but I lease a building and I put plexiglass in and I looked after it and I applied for the grants and I got the grants. So would the city pay for the plexiglass in the event center that's leased to into somebody? And then would the city apply for the grants, or would this be something the Acana Event Center would do?
Blair?
Your Worship, as I understand what Councillor Dober is trying to get to is that he is saying, go ahead, I would like to withdraw the chairs and the plexiglass from this line item in the capital budget, proceed with the purchase of the equipment, if those are deep fryers, and I'll leave it at that. If Dustin then applies on his own through Encana Event Center for the plexiglass and receives it, they would put it in. This capital is the city's capital. This is not Global Spectrum's money. This is the city's money that invests in our infrastructure. So a report to come back, that's thrown a bit of a curveball to myself. I think I'm going to, if I could and have a little leeway, the motion that Councillor Dober is trying to move is I don't want to purchase the chairs or the plexiglass, remove that from the line item, carry forward with the kitchen equipment.
Okay, so I heard unless they have funding available and a different funding option for the plexiglass, that we remove it from there. So that's all I was trying to clarify, that there was a request in there that we look at a different funding for that plexiglass. So, and now if we're just saying we're going to remove it and allow the Encana Event Center to deal with that themselves, then that's the direction we give them.
Okay.
So I still don't have a seconder either. Councillor Earl, thank you. Further discussion, Councillor Wilbur.
I would like to know more about these deep fryers. I believe at the last council meeting, Councillor Dolber was going to look at them, and we did have the discussion around age versus use. And I know that with good regular maintenance, steam cleaning annually, deep fryers can last a long time. I know that because I used to own a restaurant. So I'm prepared to pull all three. I know we are going to be talking to Dustin, but I want more information before we put out $10,000 for deep fryers if we don't have to. I'm like, it's like the building that keeps giving. I don't know. I'm torn, but to me, I would just like to pull all three, and I don't think deep fryers are going to hear nor break us, and they can be ordered on short order if we really do need them.
Okay.
Nice. Oh,
Go ahead, Councillor Dober.
just to speak a little bit on the deep fryers, Shaylee, and I, obviously respect your background and where you come from with this too. So, I think the bigger problem with the event center kitchen is that kitchen equipment is designed to run every day of the year, all day. So when you're shutting things off and turning them on and they're not used for, they're used once or twice a month, there's more issues that arise. But yeah, like I'm not maybe against what you're saying either, because when I got the tour of the event center, the manager of that department was unavailable, so I didn't get a chance to go through all the equipment. But I did go through with some of it with Dustin, but he didn't know a whole bunch about it because it's not his department. So yeah, just to talk to that anyways.
Thank you. Further discussion? Councillor Parslow?
Oh, sorry. Councillor Parslow, go ahead.
Well, as I raised the issue of the kitchen equipment as well, so I'm going to if I could amend this motion to add the deep fryers to the things we withhold purchasing until further notice.
Thank you. So an amendment to the motion, we would add the deep fryers into it that we wouldn't add. Do you have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Wilbur? Discussion, Councillor Javetkov?
I was gonna second it, but I agree. I mean, I don't run a restaurant, but I watch them cook in Ski Hill, and those deep fryers, we got used deep fryers 10 years ago, and they're working fine. They were the best ones that they make, though. I know that, because Darcy helped procure them.
Thank you. Further discussion? On the amendment?
I'm guessing.
All right, so we would add to the motion that we're going to remove the deep fryers also from the capital budget for 2021. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. And on the main motion, that we will remove the the chairs and the plexiglass. And what was the third? On the deep fryers? From the capital budget. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Thank you. And did we have a fifth recommendation? Move, Councillor Wilbur, that we reschedule the public consultation to February 4th, 2021 at 6 p.m. Second, Councillor Earl, discussion? Councillor Parslow, you want to speak to it?
Yes. How is this going to be conducted? By Zoom or? Okay.
Through
Parking
your
lot?
worship, yes, it has to be done via Zoom. Right now, we are not allowed delegations under the provincial health order to appear before council at this point.
But my question, it would be on February the 5th, we might be able to have those meetings on with a small group of people the following week.
Possibly, if Dr. Henry does. We've set this off from the 28th, I
Yeah.
believe was the original date.
Yeah.
Pending the discussion today to allow time for any changes. We've seen some small adjustments, which would allow time to readjust the budget for that public consultation, but whatever council wishes, we can make happen.
We got the date set, and now I think we set that forward and do the advertisement, and then honestly keep moving it ahead. Did we vote on the motion yet, Council? Do you want to move the date? Sorry, did somebody want to amend it? Councillor Wilbur, go ahead. Sorry, Councillor Earl, you were, go ahead, Councillor Wilbur.
Yeah, I made the motion.
Yeah,
No, I'm just
so you're good?
I'm good. No, I'm fine with the date. My question was, well, he's in control of it.
Well, yeah, I'm just doing my
Starship
best.
Enterprise. See, he just shuts me up when he doesn't want me to talk. That's what it is. No, I'm fine with the date and the time. My question is, will council be in chambers? And should this pass, are we advertising right away so we can share it? And I'm asking because I have a feeling we will have probably the greatest attendance ever because people could do it from home. What's our capacity? Like, are we all gonna, is council gonna be here in chambers, or are we gonna be zooming in from home? Like, I'm just asking if, have we thought about that?
Your worship, I don't even know. I would anticipate mayor and council would be in chambers and people would call in at that point. If there's questions, finance questions, that's what we're here to answer as administration as well. Now, as far as capacity on Zoom, I would have to look to somebody with some technological background to say we can accommodate 5, 10, 100, I'm not sure.
Once we get it on, we have one here on Zoom, and we can accommodate, yeah, quite a few. So our last public meeting we had,
One.
yeah, I think 0 or 1.
But they weren't at home, that's my point.
Councillor Earl, you had a,
No, it was to put forward the motion.
okay, thank you. And Councillor Parslow?
There's different licenses you get from Zoom. Organization that I'm president of, we had to get a license for 100. So I think the normal is 5 or 6, but if you, a business like this, I would think you'd have a license for 100.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
On the meeting, I thought there'd be just yourself and Flavia, and the rest were going to the mayor's house for some scotch.
Maybe.
Wearing masks, of course.
There's the mics off. Are you ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Flavia, anything further you need on your...
So through your worship, I just want to clarify the reason why I ask an extension for February 4th is because the next meeting is going to be on February 8th. If there is any after discussion with the public, if there's anything to be reflected, then council could discuss on the meeting of February 8th, because February 22nd is when we are expected to do the 3 readings I read for the financial plan. So that's, I just want to clarify that.
Thank you, Flavia. So I believe that gets us back through our reports, our bylaws, and business. And, you know, we've had our Committee of the Whole reports, and I know that the sergeant was here at 2, so perhaps, Blair, if we'll move out of your CAO report and into our Committee of the Whole reports, if we can, and get the sergeant in here, because he was waiting. Good morning, good afternoon, Brian. Welcome. The new sound system is you just push the button and you're all live with the mayor. That's it. That activates that mic for you.
Warning, he can shut you off too.
Yeah, but then he'll leave.
Good. Can you hear me? All right. Well, good afternoon. My speaking notes say good morning, but it's long past that. So this is a reporting period for all of 2020 from January 1st to December 31st of 2020. I'll start off with our resources. So as of December 31st, we were carrying 8 soft vacancies. That's 2 on pat leave, and 6 are off-duty sick or injured. We get 1 member back from pat leave here first week of February. And we're in plans underway for upcoming transfers. And we have just last week found out we get a brand new recruit, and she starts here about mid-March. We'll go on to crime trends. So there were a total of 8,186 calls for service in 2020. So this was down 12% from last year when we had 9,337 calls for service. 78% of these calls were within the city, and 22% were in the rural. So comparing this to last year, we saw a reduction of calls within the city of 6% and 4% in the rural. So most crimes have indicated a downward trend throughout the year, with large decreases noted in the area of property crime specifically. So theft of vehicle, we had a decrease of 35%. Break and enter to a residence, decrease of 36%. Break and enter to a business, decrease of 43%. Theft, shoplifting, etc., was a decrease of 23%, and this all occurred within the calendar 2020. Similarly reported last year at this time, we saw some increases in persons crime. So most notably 24% increase in sexual assaults compared to 2019, and a 1% increase in assaults compared to 2019. So property crime continues to be our largest driver of total calls for service. However, it no longer accounts for over 50% of calls as we did last year. Moving forward, property crime will continue to be a priority for the Dawson Creek RCMP. However, strategic priorities relating to persons crimes will likely be identified this year. So as you're aware, annual policing priorities, we choose 4 for a year. We successfully met 3 of our 4 targets, which were set at the beginning of the year. The one target we did not meet were a minimum of 15 community events. As you're aware, COVID pandemic didn't allow us to do that. So I'm going to go through our 4 priorities from last year. So the number 1 that we had picked was organized crime, repeat, and chronic offenders. So our objective was to identify, target, and monitor and address a minimum of 10 times repeat chronic offenders in Dawson Creek area before March 30th of 2021. So multiple chronic offenders were managed through the priority, which increased our monitoring, which confirmed they're abiding by court-ordered conditions. So picking these individuals out, we did countless curfew checks, resulting in multiple breach charges, which brought them before courts. Proactively, the detachment has initiated plans for the APCO, that's called the Alternative Path for Chronic Offenders program. So the goal of this program is to provide resources for chronic offenders who are released from custody and provide them an alternative means rather than returning to their life of crime. Stakeholders have been engaged, and the initial business case and project plan have been completed by the RCMP. The APCO program is presently before the local community resource committee for review and consideration to be managed entirely by the committee. Going on to number 2, property theft. So our objective with this was reduce theft under $5,000 in Dawson Creek area by 10% prior to March 30th of 2021. So we've identified and focused resources on the region's top priority crime offenders. Our objective here was met, resulting in an unexpected 23% reduction in theft within our policing area. So over the year, we've targeted projects led to the arrest of multiple prolific offenders, many of whom have had significant police contact. Some of these individuals, or some of these initiatives included proactive presentations to affected community member groups, increased proactive media information and focusing on how to avoid becoming a victim, and enhanced patrols of higher crime areas. The detachment has initiated initial planning for a project called Capture. This is a community-assisted policing through the use of recorded evidence. I'm not sure if any of you have heard this before. This project will roll over into the new year for planning and implementation in 2021. Number 3, substance abuse, drugs. So our objective, identify, target, monitor, and address a minimum of 10 drug houses or buildings being used to sell illicit drugs in Dawson Creek area. So members identified locations within the Dawson Creek area suspected of selling drugs, and over the course of the year, they executed an excess of 20 search warrants on 14 different drug and properties. The objective was met, which actually resulted in an increase of drug files generated as a result of the proactive work done. As a result of this work done by our members, a fentanyl production facility was identified within Dawson Creek and shut down. And number 4 was our police community relations and police visibility. Of course, we didn't meet that 15 community events. However, we did, we showed up, in Red Surge for the grads, Remembrance Day. I know we've been over at the Nowakan Friendship Center and had a few Zoom meetings over the internet through the course of this year. So over the next few months, we will be identifying our new strategic priorities. These priorities will be identified in consultation with stakeholders, including yourselves. And we are presently working on solutions to engage the community for feedback. Of course, we can't have a town hall due to COVID, so we're putting it out on the media to help us figure out what strategic priorities we have for this year. Property crime continues to be a primary concern in the Dawson Creek area. So that said, the detachment priorities over the last year have significantly reduced the amount of property crime in our area. Some increases in persons crimes have been noted, and we believe that it'll be prudent to include this as a topic for this year's priority. And our partnerships established and maintained, particularly so over the last 2 years, have been instrumental to decrease crime throughout the area. We recognize the importance of working collaboratively and looking forward to continuing those relationships for the benefit of Dawson Creek in 2021. Your Worship, Council, I thank you for allowing me to present this report to you today. Pending any questions, that completes my report.
Thank you. Questions of council, for council? Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Brian. Good to see you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Very good work on the report. It's appreciate seeing the year over year, and the reduction in property crime is obviously much welcome news. And as the increase in person crime is alarming, I guess. But I'll let you guys give us more information on that when you get an opportunity. Question: 124 firearms seized last year. I'm not asking for a specific figure, but if you could give me kind of a ballpark, I guess. Of that 124, what percent of those would you say were either were in someone's possession illegally, either someone who had no legal right to possess them, or they were illegally obtained, or what have you?
A percentage, I am not sure. If it says, 124 firearms seized, we could, we go to many domestics.
Oh, okay.
And a lot of firearms, being the rural area that we are, hunting and whatnot, we seize a fair amount of firearms from situations like that. I know with the 20-some drug warrants, I know many, maybe, I'm not entirely sure what a percentage, but, we usually do find one or two firearms within that residence or sometimes a car. So
Okay.
exactly what percentage, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I just... I'm still figuring this out myself. No, just seeing 124 firearms together lumped in like that seems like a lot. So just wondering where they're coming from and what's but yes, thank you for that.
Thank you. Councilor Wilbur?
Thank you. Thanks, Brian, and thank you to the detachment for all they do. So even through COVID, you're still keeping us safe and doing your job. My interest is around the capture program. So when they talk about community-assisted recorded evidence, does that mean so security systems from neighborhoods, from homes?
That's right.
Okay.
Yes. So it'll be a voluntary, from what I understand, a voluntary, if anybody has security systems at home, it may save us time that for all the, if something happens where we have had a home invasion here recently in a certain area, if we could have a list and just come out and go, instead of going door knocks on every single door to see if they have security video footage, then we can just, punch up they'll give us a contact name, phone number, and then we can maybe just make a phone call. That's if they're willing to provide this video. I think it would greatly help us, save us a lot of time.
Well, I know a couple citizens who have great security and probably be more than happy to hand it over to you as I get many calls. And myself, I have cameras. We have a very busy alley behind us, amazing how much traffic. So I'll be the first one to say I volunteer to.
Perfect.
You got it. And to anyone else up there, if it helps our RCMP and the safety of our community, I suggest they volunteer.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. Councilor Parslow?
Sorry, Councillor Parker, go ahead.
First of all, I really like the framework of this report. Please tell Damon that. I gave him a bad time with some of the language, let's say a year or so ago, whenever we had that planning session at the Encana. But and a suggestion for next year's planning, not that you would maybe get hold of me, is I would suggest that if you don't get much direction in a different way from that consultation, keep on doing what you're doing. Set some new targets, because property crime is still a problem, right? But I congratulate the detachment on the success, and I think that's largely due to the approach, of having some tangible goals and tangible activities to address these things. So keep on doing, I would suggest, what you're doing, and unless you see something emerging that needs attending. Perhaps this increase in around person crimes, right, is related to isolation, COVID. I've read somewhere that there is an increase in, I think, I'm going to say all over Canada, right, that it's been noted. And it's been attributed to a large measure by the fact that people are not able to pursue life as normal and they're confined. It may not be a Dawson Creek phenomenon. It may be something that's a fallout from COVID. There may be some literature on that. But anyway, that's my feedback, is keep on doing what you're doing, and if you keeping working on these particular areas would be A-okay with me.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank
And
you.
I just want to comment on that too for the public. I mean, just this morning, somebody sitting in their kitchen having a coffee, looking out their back door to their neighbor, and there's 3 individuals breaking into a garage. Pick up the phone, phone us.
Yeah,
3 in custody this morning from, saving to get into the house or whatnot.
yeah.
Give us a phone call, so.
Yeah, community can do a lot to help the police, yeah.
Thank you. Brian, the only comment for me is the increase of what we're seeing in the media and the news about the opioid issues and certainly the overdose deaths in northern British Columbia. And just wonder if you can give any sense of the community of Dawson Creek and the region in terms of how the issue is, you guys are seeing it.
Opioids, we're right now, so the number of drug investigations we had throughout the year, so that, we increased that by, 25%. That's our target that we had. So drug-related search warrants was increased by 67% compared to last year. Oh, it timed out.
Sorry.
Okay, so, drug investigations were initiated by the detachment, increased by 25%. The drug-related search warrants increased by 67%. So the number of drug overdose increased by 67% overdose deaths. But that there was 3 deaths in 2019. We had 5 deaths in 2020, just an increase of 2. I shouldn't say just an increase, it's unfortunate. So the seizure of fentanyl increased by 830%. What we suspect with all these extra drug warrants that we have done, it's not just, it could come out to dealing with prolific offenders where, we stop the car, they're prohibit driving, and they have a little bit of fentanyl on their person or in the car. This elevates our stats. Again, we can't, if it's an opioid fentanyl, I can't be too sure. So, again, this is the amount somewhat attributed to the proactive work we had throughout the year. Supply and demand issues of other more commonly used drugs like cocaine or heroin are continuing to, we're continuing to see it throughout this COVID. And, there is an increase of available fentanyl that may be contributing with this. These 5 deaths in 2020, I can say in the past, within the last 25 days, we have attended 5 sudden deaths. 4 of them have been with drugs involved. We don't know if it's just heroin, cocaine, if it's a mixture of fentanyl, we don't know that. So it is a little concerning to us.
Yeah, certainly concerning when you see that and hear that what's going on in all of northern BC, the way Northern Health have been talking about it. So,
right.
Thank you for that. Anything further from council? Brian, thank you for coming in. Appreciate it. And
thank you.
Great job. Thank you.
All right, I'll pass it along. Thank you.
So if we can go back, Blair, we'll go back to the conclusion of our agenda before we finish off with our committee of the whole on your CAO update.
Your worship, at this time I have nothing to add.
Okay.
We've covered a great deal of ground today, and so I'm fine.
Awesome. Thank you. So we'll move to 15.2, a report from our corporate officer.
Good morning and
Good afternoon.
Happy New Year. Okay, the first item identified in my report is in regards to records management. Now that Tanya has purged the administration files, admin staff have been trained on the new Zazio filing system. Administration is the pilot department for 2021, and once all the kinks are worked out, we will move on to other city departments. And that's estimated to take about 2 years to have all city departments on board with that. Joanne Caldecott, our new legislative clerk, is taking the lead role regarding the records management project, and that will take up a fair bit of her time this year. She's also assumed the role of the Freedom of Information Coordinator, and we hope to provide basic training in 2021 to all city staff regarding the city's responsibilities when collecting, storing, and destroying personal information. As of January 2021, the City of Dawson Creek's grant writing support service has been moved in-house to provide a bigger focus on city projects. Becky Gausthorpe, our new executive assistant, has 30% of her position dedicated to the grant writing role. She will continue to help groups that have an active grant underway, but any future requests will be dependent on time available outside of the city's needs. Now about Council Chambers renovation project. Due to the COVID pandemic, audio-visual equipment has been in high demand. Although we were hoping to have everything fully installed and functioning, we were fortunate just to have the audio installed for this meeting. We're hoping to receive the cameras in February, and I would like to thank all staff for the extra time they've dedicated to making sure we can still run our council meetings. And I want to thank council for your patience as we work through these kinks. In closing, I'd just like to comment, we did lose 2 excellent staff in December, Tab and Sabrina, and wish them well in their future endeavors. But we have gained 2 excellent staff, and after a few months of training, we hope to be back at full capacity. Just wanted to welcome Joanne and Becky.
Thank you, Brenda. Any questions for Brenda? Good job, thank you. Reports 15.3 from our Chief Financial Officer. Good afternoon. I just need you to push your button there and...
I'm back. So I really don't have a lot to add here other than just at the end of December, we were able to do the amendment of the budget. So far, the collection in total is 96.75% as of December 31st. So we are actually in a good shape for last year's tax collection. And right now, the team is working pretty heavily on the year end, getting ready for the auditors. And they are expecting to come by mid-February. And the process can take about a month and a half, because we also depends on the information coming from Encana to consolidate it. So it'd be a busy season now for the financial department. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Flavia. Councilor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship, and hi, Flavia. Quick question. We got a couple letters earlier on the agenda from people who had inquiries about the $2 fee for paper, and we had some on the last council meeting as well. I know when I put forward that motion, part of the intent in doing so was to incentivize people to sign up for e-billing and save ourselves that cool 50 grand. I'm just wondering how that's coming and if we have seen an increase in the numbers of people signing up for e-billing.
Yes. Through Your Worship, we actually have been seeing an increase. I don't have the percentage right now. And interesting enough, also, it helps to increase on the request for prepayments.
Nice.
So that contributed to bring this incentive. So.
Good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further for Flavia?
Sorry, anything further for Flavia? Thank you. Thank you, Flavia. 15.4, we have a report from the General Manager of Community Services. Ross?
Thank you, Worship. Just got the nudge from Kevin, who suggested that I move quickly through this report, so I'll do my very best.
We love Kevin.
As council is aware, most of our facilities closed in March, reopened again in last September, and just to echo some of Councillor Parslow's comments. I think they've done a fantastic job at managing through COVID and keeping those facilities operating. COVID did, I guess, also hamper some of our capital works programs in that it was difficult to find contractors. There were communication issues and a number of different things. So I think given that we can start looking at tenders for 2021, it's going to be a busy year for us in that respect. In 2020, we did work with our recreation manager, Shantae, who had actually started a professional development program through Royal Roads in 2019. The program is called the Master of Arts in Leadership, and her project was actually to investigate our internal communications strategies, how we communicate, what's successful, what's not successful, and we've just, senior management has just met with Shantae before Christmas and gone through a final draft that still has to be vetted through the through Royal Roads, but with any luck, that information will come back to us and be utilized to make us better here. In terms of facilities and grounds, we did have a very late start last spring as a result of COVID, and there were a number of layoffs. We further muddied the water in that when the initial recalls went out, it was of a temporary nature, so we had staff from all natures of different departments here come to parks and facilities to help us out. So there was a little scramble in the training protocols and what have you, but we managed to put that together, and I think that staff did a great job overall during the summer months. In terms of some of the capital work, there were a number of pool mechanical improvements that took place over this summer rather than during a shutdown, which would typically happen in September. So kudos to our facilities staff, Jeff and his crew at the pool. There was some work at the Encana, including a new server and migration to the new server. There was some fencing and some external stucco work rather on the building. Brenda touched on the council chambers audiovisual upgrades, and we also were able to conduct some heating and ventilation, air conditioning improvements at KPAC in town. Early last year, staff were able to negotiate with the IAFF some changes in contract language, which will provide some significant savings in that area. The other thing of note is the ongoing facilitation, I guess, or the transition in the fire department. We have now a new fire chief, a new deputy chief. We've changed the reporting structure whereby the chief now reports directly to our CAO. So that's been, I would say, a lot of moving pieces in that respect, continues to be, but looking forward to smoothing that out. In terms of safety, Yinka has done a fantastic job in that department, and we had council approved a number of updated policies, respect in the workplace, substance management, workplace smoking, etc. And we continue to focus on achieving our core certification through the BC Municipal Safety Association. And with any luck, we'll take a stab at that this year. I did have ongoing conversations with Dustin at the Encana, and we talked about Spectra and enhancing the public good at that building. We've had some further conversations around that this afternoon. I look forward to forwarding those discussions, and I think there's lots of upside there. We did work with Spectra to renegotiate the tourism contract, and we're just finalizing some of the details in that. But of note, one of the more significant pieces was we stepped away from our lease at Alaska Highway House. So we've just remediated that building, and those exhibits have now moved out to the Walter Wright Pioneer Village, and that group is working on preparing a new feature building with those exhibits this summer. Mayor Bumstead talked about the Dog Park Society. We've had 2 moves now, and it appears we might be on to a third one at some point this year. I continue to work on facility lease discussions, and I was working closely with Brenda at the end of last year, so I know she's got a number of things on her desk, but hopefully we'll finalize those our leases in the next month or 2 here. In terms of moving forward this year, there's a couple of significant capital programs in addition to the ones we have to catch up on from last year, but we'll be moving forward on our memorial rink slab replacement. This year we will look at design development and tender documents, and the actual construction will take place as soon as the ice is out in 2022. We talked about the Lakota Center rehabilitation, and just a little clarification there, the $100,000 in the budget as proposed by Force will repair the damages caused by the shifting of that building. We won't move ahead with those repairs until we're comfortable that we can address those. We have had on our books for, I want to say now 3 years before my time, some upgrades to the RCMP, including video cameras and recording devices, and with any luck, we'll get moving on that. We have some significant improvements coming up at the Memorial Arena in terms of HVAC upgrades. And in general terms for community services, I'm working with staff as we speak on community goals and objectives, establishing staff goals, professional developments, a means of measuring performance. This is the year to review and bring to council an updated fees and charges review. We will be moving our recreation management software to a new program. Asset management is a pretty significant piece of what we are doing. We'll continue to audit our facilities, but really bringing that whole piece of work together and working on long-term capital plans, working with Flavia on that piece. Emergency planning will be of note this year. Kevin and I have been having some ongoing discussions about what that looks like. We've had a number of tough years with emergencies, a variety of emergencies in the community. And I guess I'll leave it by saying council has passed a resolution to not proceed with any challenges to Rotary Lake. So we'll be looking at some redevelopment plans for Rotary Lake. And then there's some other ongoing conversations about parks and that nature of things. And I think I will leave it at that today, Your Worship.
Thank you, Ross. So, Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, thanks, Ross. Three things. You talked about emergency management, right? Blair was sharing with me some, I guess, new requirements, provincial requirements in that matter. Can you talk more about that and how the city's getting reorganized to deal with those new requirements? Not you or Blair, one of you?
Yeah, myself or Kevin, thank you through your worship. Yes, it is a legislative requirement that we need an emergency coordinator of some form. That is a legislative requirement. So we are exploring what that might look like. Historically, in an event in the community, it was our fire chief that has managed those types of situations. So we really need to break away from that, establish a single point or person that's going to manage that for us. We really need to do a deep dive into the organization to determine who has what skills in terms of how to manage an emergency in the community. So I think, Chelsea Modishaw was of great assistance last summer in terms of really getting together during the flooding and really talking about what our requirements are going to be. And we had a good, there was a good report and a good debrief from there. So we've got some good initial steps to start moving us forward. As I understand it, there's also some funding available from the province to assist communities in getting to that point.
And would that be ongoing, or is it just initiating?
Well, certainly we would have to initiate the position and put a formal plan in place, but it would be ongoing.
Oh, that's good, because, when I was listening about these new requirements and stuff, I immediately, a favorite sort of phrase I have in my head is mushrooming bureaucracy.
Oh, boy.
You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. We get more and more requirements, and sometimes our only response is to add expense, right? And we're trying to contain operating expenses, notwithstanding inflation and wage increases and all that associated with inflation. So that's good to know that it would be funding. So that's interesting. Second point, Shantae's dissertation work on internal communication. Are there some learnings there for the elected members of this team?
Thank you, through your worship. I suspect there will be when we receive the final presentation. I think there'll be learnings for all of us throughout the corporation.
So we might glean some benefit from this report in future months?
We will be sharing it with council, with the corporation in its finished, polished version.
Okay. And are you responsible for, yes, you are, the Sudetenland Hall?
Correct.
Yeah. I was helping at Sudetenland Hall, doing some stuff there. And has anybody taught you about the drainage at Sudetenland Hall? I was shown a very interesting phenomenon. Imagine gutters that supposedly were put in by the city on the downhill side of the building, but the only downspout is on the uphill side, and all the water, therefore, that's pouring out of the downspout on the uphill side embraces the foundations of the building. So we might want to pay attention to where our downspouts go. So that was Revelation, so you may want to, there's going to be some suggestions about that. Because, you know, the flooding, right, the seepage was on that same side. Yeah.
Thank you, and through your worship, I am aware of a number of issues at Sudetenland Hall, and in our capital plan this year, one of the projects is to excavate and install drain tile around the building. I think that will be the opportune time to look at drainage, to look at the garden that sits on the bank of the hall itself and drainage, so thank you.
No, I'm glad, just wanted to mention that one as something to add to your list of, I mean, I've walked around that building many times, I'd never noticed it before. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilbur?
It showed I was currently speaking. I was just going to butt in on Charlie, but anyways. Actually, great report, but really what I just wanted to say was dealing with members of our community who are sometimes most vulnerable. I just wanted to say thank you to staff. I see some of them are standing there too, for the online programming they did. So kids could do crafts, people could do meditation, and it's all in your report there. And I just really want to say thank you. It's hard to turn things over virtually very quickly, but I know there was a lot of families that took advantage of this, and I know that's some of the free programming that maybe the community's talking about. But it kept our community connected, and without it, I'm pretty sure the police probably would have had more calls. We would have seen more mental health issues. So kudos to staff. So pass it on to all of them. To be able to turn that around and connect our community online is amazing. And I know because I personally turned classes virtually over, and it wasn't a lot of fun. So I know what it took for the team, and I just want to say thank you, because I know many young moms who took part in it, and never mind trying to do homeschooling, but they were also trying to find activities for their youth, and in some cases, they're seniors. So thank you to staff for doing that. That was huge.
Thank you very much for those comments. We have a pretty exceptional team, no question.
Thank you. Anything further, Council? Thank you, Ross. And 15.5, we have a report from our General Manager of Development Services, Kevin.
Good afternoon. We touched on a number of things throughout the day in the meeting, but I do have a couple extras. I'm going to start with just the one question that Councillor Dilber had when we were talking through the budget on the vac truck. So I did get a little bit of data on that and that proposed piece of equipment. So in 2020, we did hire out a few vac trucks, and we spent just over $40,000 in contracted rentals. That was about 15 days worth, plus or minus. Our flusher truck, our current one, has 4,000 hours on it. We use it about 1,000 a year, and that's primarily because it's only during warm weather. The plan is to maintain our flusher truck so that we can continue to flush sanitary sewers, purchase this vac truck, so we don't have that continuing compete of pulling the truck off the sanitary flushing program to go dig a hydrant valve, a hydrant, a service, whatever it might be. So just going into this year, we have about 180 valves to repair, which would be what our primarily would be using that piece of equipment. So if we could do 2 valves a day and you run that, we'd spend over $200,000 on contractors probably on a day rate to do that. So again, it's just, we see it as a pretty valuable piece of equipment, and it'll certainly be used extensively. So that's the business case behind that. So just a little bit of information on it. What else do we got to touch on? I talked already about the sanitary sewer master plan. As I indicated, we'll get that, the trunk main inspected as soon as possible. We're working on that as we speak, lining up the contractor, so that's good. And then we'll get a tender out to get that cleaning. I anticipate that we can get the trunk main cleaned during the probably midsummer months, because it'll have to be after earlier part of the year simply because of freshet. It's wetter. You typically have higher flows, so it'll be easier to do in later June and July into August. So working on that. 102nd Avenue crossing, we talked about that earlier today, so we'll be waiting to see the results of that grant application. On the building front, one thing of note is the BC Housing Project. I was told that they could potentially have occupancy as early as the end of February, early March there, so that's coming along really quick. Lordco, that project's on hold just for, because of weather. They couldn't do the outside work, so they've decided to hold off on the remainder of the project until spring, and they'll do inside and outside. Tendering for road projects, right now we're looking at doing that, getting those out in March. So we've got a bit to finish up there, but still have those out plenty early. So those are coming along. And there was some, in my news and notes there, Council had asked a few meetings back about, and when we were talking about busing today, I remembered about private bus options and just what was out there. So I had made some phone calls, reached out to a few. I'd seen a bus here in town. I think it was for the Mile Zero Academy, so I thought I'll reach out to them. Spoke to the young lady who's got that business about, had they looked at, other options for maybe picking up students, that sort of thing. She said, yes, definitely had. She had lots of interest. People had called her right up until the point she explained what it was going to cost. And then their interest kind of went away. So, the cost that she explained to me didn't seem unreasonable, but it's more expensive than the other options available, which are heavily subsidized, whether that's be transit or whether that be Step Up and Ride. Step Up and Ride has a long list, I think, of waiting to even get on that. So that's really what it came down. The realization is that we've got other programs in the community that are subsidized, and when a local entrepreneur is trying to take it on simply as a for-profit type of enterprise, it just, market forces, just not there. We did some strat planning as a department here just late last week, met with all my managers, went through that. So we've kind of got some goals and priorities set for 2021. A number of them are obviously things such as sanitary master plan projects and things such as that, but it was a great exercise. And so we've now got, like I said, goals for 21 and something that we can all be accountable to this time next year. And lastly, I had some stats in the back of the report that Water and Environmental provided. Nothing really out of the ordinary there. Water, we used about 1.9 million cubes in 2020. That's pretty typical. It was a pretty even keel year as you look at the data. Really, the one that was all over the place was reclaim, and as you can see, we had months of nothing to some high peaks later in the year, and that has been fairly steady here in the last little while. So it goes as the industry goes. So, any questions?
Thanks, Kevin.
Happy to take 'em.
Councillor Parslow?
Yes, thank you, Kevin. This private contractor for busing, do you have recalled what the charge would have been?
As I remember, it was about $5 a ride, so to and from school. So if I remember correctly, it might have been $25 to $50 a week, dependent on, if they're both morning and evening or something along those lines. Wasn't terribly unreasonable, but I
No.
guess it was definitely more than what the
So
alternatives are.
$5 one way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if I remember correctly, Step Up and Ride was something along the lines of $25 a month.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilbur?
Yes. Thank you, Kevin. Great report. Deficiencies on 15th. So first off, the work is beautiful. The street lights are nice to have on the sidewalk side. My phone doesn't ring so much anymore about potholes, so that's great. I'm just wondering if you could tell us a bit about what those deficiencies are. And the only other question I've been asked is, come this season, is the piece north of the tracks going to be completed?
So first, yes, in the capital budget is the completion from Alaska to where we left off last year, so that'll finish off 15th North. The deficiencies are just fairly minor things. There was a couple things with street lighting and a little bit of landscaping issue, relatively minor things.
Yeah.
We finished in
It looks beautiful, so did a good job.
Thank you. Anything further for Kevin? Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
And so now that concludes Committee of the Whole. I got a couple items left that we move through. So diary, anything?
Nothing new to report on the diary, Your Worship.
Thank you, Blair. Consent calendar, we got a couple items. Motion to receive consent. Moved, Councillor Wilbur, second. Councillor Parslow. Anybody have anything they'd like to lift from the consent calendar? Any item they want to discuss? All in favor? Opposed? Carried? Thank you. Strategic priorities?
Nothing new to report. We're about to discuss some of that in a future meeting.
Thank you. Media question period? With anything? No? So then that concludes our open. We'll have a motion to recess to closed. I need a resolution to move to closed. The agenda items 3.1.4.1 for minutes. Item 6.1 is the airport lease agreement. Agenda 7.1, the Encana Event Center. 7.2, strategic priorities. And 7.3, the Dawson Creek city boundary. And we need to add item 91E for the disposition of lands. So if I can have a motion to recess to close. Councillor Wilbur, second. Councillor Earl, all in favor? Opposed? Carried? And so we'll take a 7 or 8 minutes to allow our guests to finish off. Thank you.